Wednesday afternoon, America. I'm Vanessa Broussard coming to you live from Palm Beach, Florida.
And I'm Grace Saldana, everyone. I'm the editor-in-chief at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's been a little while since I've been on air with you guys, but I'm excited to be here at the renamed Club 47.
Yes, absolutely. So good to see you, Grace, and also all of the people here with Club 47. It was Club 45 when President Donald Trump was the 45th President of the United States, and now they've renamed it to Club 47, and it is the biggest Trump organization in America.
Absolutely. I do have to say that Club 45 had a really nice ring to it, but I think we'll get used to Club 47 pretty soon.
Yes, we will. The biggest organization in the country. If you want to become a member, you can do so. Just type in Google real quick, Club 47, that is, and that will pop up, and you can become a member. I did. One of the last times I was here in Florida, someone mentioned Club 47 to me, and right from my phone, I became a member. And so you'll get emails from Club 47 almost monthly and giving you updates of what's going on. And they are based in Florida, so a lot of that is Florida news. And we know Florida is really important for the Republicans to win in 2024. So it's great to keep up with what's going on here in Florida. 3,500 people have signed up to come here tonight to hear President Donald Trump speak to the sold-out crowd. I was talking to an organizer just a couple of weeks ago, and he said that the general admission sold out quick. The VIP tickets sold out within a minute.
That's incredible. Yes. This is always a huge event. The people in West Palm Beach love President Trump, and we love Club 47, and they're really great about activism. That's what I love the most about them, because there's so many Republican groups out there that they have their meetings, they talk with each other, they feel good, but this one gets out. They get out there, they host conservative speakers like Matt Gaetz, like President Trump. They go out on the corner and they wave signs. When President Trump is dealing with legal battles, they're always out there to support him. So
yes, and you mentioned Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz was tapped to be here today, but of course, as you know, he is at Capitol Hill right now because the House will be speaking soon. We're hoping for an outcome by now, but they should be voting soon on a new House Speaker, so we'll be talking about that a little later on in the show, and also following the news there. Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise are the two top names in the ring for that, and President Trump has endorsed Jim Jordan, but I was hearing today just, some secret ballots going out that Scalise may be in the lead, but they have to have a majority vote for a new House Speaker. Again, we'll talk more about that here in just a little bit, but that's breaking news going on right now in Washington, D.C., the reason why Matt Gaetz could not be here today. But coming up here in just a little bit, our own Brian Glenn will be hosting he'll be the moderator for a panel. A lot of great guests. One of my favorites who I love to follow on Instagram, always funny, Terrence Williams, the comedian.
Williams. He's hilarious, and President Trump loves him as well.
Yes, and so he'll be here. Again, our own Brian Glenn will be the moderator for that. So that'll be coming up here in just a little bit. And then, of course, we'll hear from President Trump. So you've covered so many events.
Yes.
And let's talk about the energy you feel in the room today.
Oh, yes. Real quick, before we get to that, I'll remind everybody that if we do have a speaker vote, we will take it live. Hopefully it doesn't conflict with President Trump's remarks tonight. He is set to take the stage at 7 p.m. Eastern, so tune in for that. And if we can, we will take the speaker vote live. But the energy here is incredible, but we wouldn't be here without our sponsors today. And one of our best sponsors is Birch Gold.
Yes, as you know, the economy, the future is unknown. A lot of people are nervous about their 401ks and also their retirement plans and their funds that they may have set aside. And so you just don't know what tomorrow may bring. And that's where Birch Gold comes into play. We want you to give them a try. Birch Gold is wonderful. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's Trump to 989898. Once you do that, a representative from Birch Gold will contact you. And what I like about Birch Gold is they will come up with a plan that fits your needs. So no matter how big or how small of the funds that you have maybe put away, or you might not have anything at all and you want to start, well, Birch Gold is the place to go. They will help you get prepared for the future. Again, it's scary not knowing what the future may hold when it comes to your retirement plans, and you may want to provide for your family and just don't know where to begin. Well, again, that's where Birch Gold comes in. All you have to do, very easy, is text the word Trump 862-989898. President Trump taking the stage here in just a little bit here at Club 47. Again, I became a member just a couple of months ago, and they have these events, more like luncheons, every month, and they have speakers come in, but this is a big one. They had to move to a huge venue, 3,500 people, selling out in just a matter of minutes.
Yes, they usually hold the event over at the Hilton Airport, something like that, similar name, but I don't know what the capacity is there, but it's much smaller than it is here. And there will be a video on our social media very soon of the line that is outside right now. You guys would be so impressed with that line. It is wrapped around several times in the parking lot, just American flags everywhere. People are motivated here in Florida, the great state of Florida, to see President Trump. And the energy couldn't be better here. You know, people are always a little bit skeptical of media walking around. I heard a couple walked by and they said, I have to know what media is here. We want to know who you are. And the guy was like, oh, I'm from ABC. And they're like, ABC. And so, you know, they can tell there's a lot of disapproval of media, but Right Side always gets the biggest warm welcome at these events.
Absolutely. And speaking of that, I was getting something to drink just a minute ago, and the people in line were saying, we love RSBN. We love that you show the crowds, which we always show the crowds here at RSBN, and we tell the truth. We tell you what's going on. And we just want a better America. We want to save this country, and we're just like you at home. We're just everyday citizens who want to better. Okay, Grace is going to step off, and she'll be right back. We just want to better this country and have a good country for our kids and our grandkids, and bring back this country that our founding fathers wanted for the future. A little bit about Grace. She's behind the scenes right now. That's why she had to step away, because she does a lot of our social media and also our website. If you haven't done so already, go to rsbnetwork.com, sign up for our newsletter. Grace will come on in a little bit and talk more about our newsletter, but go ahead and do that right now. She had to step off to work more on that. rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter, and while you're at it, go ahead and follow RSBN on all of the social media platforms. I'm also on Instagram, Vanessa Broussard News and Truth Social, President Trump's social media platform. I'm there as well at Vanessa Broussard. So give me a follow. I'd love to talk to you. If you have any questions, join the conversation. Love to talk to the viewers during the show. If you have any questions, comments, we'll read those here on air. We don't want to forget about what's going on in Israel right now. Truly heartbreaking. Day 5 of a war there in Israel. I was actually in Iowa for the President Trump 2 rallies, a doubleheader over the weekend when the news broke of what was going on in Israel. And I'll tell you, if you weren't watching that day when we went on live, tears in my eyes to see these babies, these kids, families being beheaded, mothers holding their children, Hamas coming in and killing families while they were sleeping in their beds. And then the video, to me, it's just getting worse and worse. I was watching the news earlier and showing blood splattered over children's bedrooms and over their beds. Children were in their beds sleeping, and they just went in and just slaughtered children, families, babies held in cages. And as a mother, that is the most heartbreaking, unimaginable thought that could cross my mind. Just terrible. So our thoughts and prayers go out to Israel and all the people there. I know that Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister there, and also all of the country and America supporting them as they attack back and try to end this terrible terrorist organization known as Hamas. Hamas is making more threats. They're also using the word America. They want to kill Americans as well. So if you follow Dan Bongino on social media, wonderful American patriot to get to know and to follow. Dan Bongino said Americans should keep their head on a swivel because this is a very important time. We have open borders. We have people just flooding in. We don't know where they're coming from. We don't know who they are. We don't know if they're murderers, drug dealers with terrorist organizations. We just don't know. The Biden administration has just left the border wide open, and we have people from all over the world coming into America and the fear is that those terrorists are right here on the ground, possibly in your neighborhood. So be careful, watch your children, lock your doors, stay armed, and fight if you have to, because we just don't know what's going to happen in the days and months ahead. Looking back at Israel, 1,200 deaths so far. There are Americans who have been killed in Israel. 22 Americans are confirmed dead. I believe there's 17 Americans unaccounted for right now, and we're expecting that number to grow per the White House. So the White House is saying they are expecting that number to grow. Again, 22 Americans have been killed. 17 right now are unaccounted for. But this is just the beginning of what could be a really, really bad time as that war in Israel now entering day 5. I do know that the Iron Dome is blocking, shielding more rockets from entering the country. That's what the Iron Dome is made for. So it is shielding and breaking up any rockets and attacks coming from Hamas. So good news there. Unfortunately, the people in that region are running out of water. A lot of residents are saying they don't have any water, they don't have any internet. And I was just hearing this morning as I landed here in Palm Beach that the power grid is going out, so they may soon be losing power. So if you've ever been through a hurricane or anything of that nature, 9/11 and New York City, you know just how terrifying it can be to not know what's happening, not know when the next attack is going on, and just to be without water, internet, power. Basically, the people in that region, if you don't have a generator, you don't have any power right now. So a very scary time for the people in Israel. Our thoughts and prayers are with them. Again, when it comes to immigration, we just have to do something at the border, and we have to do something fast, because it's just uncalled for that 2 million people have come across the border unaccounted for since the Biden administration took over. So who are these 2 million people? Where are they? I know some of these border states have shipped and bused some of these immigrants to liberal cities like Chicago and Washington, D.C. and cities in California. And now those mayors are saying, we don't even want them here anymore. We are being overrun by illegal immigrants. Well, welcome to the world of border states. That's what Governor Greg Abbott of Texas deals with on a daily basis. Since the Biden administration has not put in the proper measures to keep the border secure, Governor Greg Abbott of Texas is having to do what he has to do with the military that he has on the ground in the states of Texas to keep the border secure. And so he's finishing the wall on his own. If you go to X, which is formerly known as Twitter, follow Governor Greg Abbott. Almost every single day he's making a post about how Texas is trying to secure our border. So Arizona, Texas, California, they're not getting it. They're not getting any federal help. Okay, so you have to have the governor step in and try to do what they can to keep these borders secure, because the Biden administration says, everyone come on in. We don't care who you are. We don't know who you are. You could be a terrorist. That's okay. Come on in. And shame on the Biden administration for allowing that. So we have the war going on in Israel. We have the issues going on with Ukraine and Russia. We have an open border, and all of that is going on under the Biden administration. If you're with me, we know this would not be going on under a Trump administration. President Trump was about peace. There was peace in the Middle East when he was president. There was peace across the world for the most part when he was president. And he has to finish that job. He had 4 wonderful years as president, and we believe that with 4 more that he can definitely get the job done. I want to give you some latest poll numbers that just came out. From Interactive Polls. Interactive Polls is a polling website that Team Trump follows when it comes to keeping up with the numbers. When it comes to the Republican nomination and a head-to-head matchup with President Trump and also Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida, Trump has 61% compared to DeSantis 12%. Again, that's Trump 61%, followed by DeSantis 12%. Vivek Ramaswamy is down to 9%. Now, in the head-to-head matchup with Trump and Biden, Trump is leading Biden 45% to 41%. So the numbers continue to look very good for President Donald Trump as we head into 2024. Our programming note, he does have some more rallies coming up in Iowa. As you know, if you're following him and RSBN, we've been in Iowa a lot lately. That's because we are getting ready for the Iowa caucus, which is on January 15th. So President Trump is making sure that Iowa is ready to vote, ready to caucus come January, and then we move into the rest of the states a couple months later into March. And so President Trump's hoping to secure that nomination starting with Iowa in January. So looking good with the polls. And hopefully he'll continue to do well and not let all of these legal battles that are staring him in the face hold him down. So far they haven't. If any man can do it and push through, of course, that's President Trump. Looking at a rundown of the legal battles he's facing, the first one is in New York City in the Stormy Daniels case. Then you come down here to Florida and what he calls the boxes hoax. That was the raid of Mar-a-Lago when they went into his home and said that he had unclassified documents inside of Mar-a-Lago. He's fighting that as well. Then when you go to Washington, D.C., he's fighting them as well when it comes to the 2020 election and also January 6th. Then in Atlanta, in Georgia, the 2020 election, there are some accusations against him there as well. He has claimed his innocence through it all. They're saying that it's just another attempt to bring down the president, another attempt that we're hoping will fail because we need someone like President Trump to be in office. They have come up with sham after sham since he came down those golden escalators to announce his 2016 run. They have tried to bring him down. They've done everything they can, and now we're seeing all these indictments thrown against him in hopes that he will stay off the ballot and that Americans will not support Trump. But I'm telling you, the more they indict him, the more we unite around him because America loves President Trump, and the MAGA movement is something like we've never seen before, and it continues to grow. Okay, I'm going to step aside for a second. I'm going to show you, because this music is so good behind me, and see this band who's opening up for the thousands of people starting to pour in here in Palm Beach, Florida. Club 47 USA, hoping to make America great again. 3,500 people, sold out crowd. The VIP sold out within a minute. The rest of the seats sold out within minutes. All to see President Donald J. Trump. Club 47 USA is a huge Trump organization, the biggest of its kind in America. So if you're just now joining us, we do have a band on stage as people continue to come in. They are entertaining the crowd. After that, we will have a panel come on. Moderator is Brian Glenn with Right Side Broadcasting Network. He will have some guests on stage. That starts around 6 o'clock Eastern. And then President Trump is expected to come on around 7 o'clock Eastern. We want to thank you for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network and always trusting in us to bring you the news. We want to thank another sponsor of ours, the Free Trump book. How cool does that sound? With President Trump leading the Republican candidates for 2024 by a wide margin, his chances of becoming president again are looking good. So now's a good time to make sure kids learn about his achievements as president, as well as his vision for America and his plans to make America great again in his second term. But one thing you can count on is that public schools won't be teaching kids anything positive about Trump. So it's up to us as parents to teach our kids. So to help make it easy, Mike Huckabee's team put together the Kids Guide to President Trump. Now the best part is that they're giving it away for free as part of a gift bundle offer. You just have to pay a small fee for shipping and processing, but the book itself is free. To learn more and to order the free kids guide to President Trump for your own kids or grandkids, nieces, nephews, neighbors, just go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. But hurry, this guide has been flying off the shelves. Again, go to freetrumpbook.com right now. Order your free copy. Christmas is coming. What a great gift for the stocking. And we have Grace coming back on with us as we get ready for President Trump.
Hello.
Always so good to see him. Grace, you know, I talk about this all the time. We've both seen President Trump numerous times, but every time he comes on, it's like the first time I've seen him. There's some energy, some magic around him that it just never gets old when he walks out on stage.
Yeah, he just knows how to command a room. He knows how to get people excited for him. He knows what to say. People know how to respond too. So it's always magical every time you go to one of these events, especially Club 47. I always give this one a special shout out. Rallies are great and everything, but Club 47 is just, it's extra MAGA.
Yes, and that's, you hit the nail right on the head, because that is their mission. They are completely 100% MAGA, huge MAGA movement, and they have a newsletter as well that you can sign up for on their website. And I was talking to an organizer earlier, and they said they have people from all over the world that have signed up for Club 47. Yes,
I didn't know you could do that.
Yes. But speaking of newsletters, let's talk about our newsletter, because you're one of the ones behind, the masterminds behind our newsletter. So let's talk about that.
Yes, absolutely. You guys should sign up for the RSBN newsletter. We will send you weekly updates, special offers just for you guys. And we'll give you the top news of the stuff you guys want to hear. I mean, it's funny because a couple weeks ago, our top story was Melania Trump launches new line of Christmas ornaments.
Yes.
And it just says something about who our base is and what they want to see. They want to see news that other people aren't reporting on. They want to see pro-Trump news. There's a big deficit of that in the mainstream media, obviously.
And I love her style and her grace. And when they were in the White House, the Christmas ornaments and decorations of the White House were absolutely stunning. And so I was one of the ones who made sure I checked out what her ornaments look like for 2024. But yes, the ladies and men, but the women want to see, how is Melania decorating? What does her ornaments look like?
Absolutely. She's such a class act. And besides that kind of news, you can also see what's next in the indictments. You can see more serious news like what's going on with the speaker race. You'll get rally alerts. Every time there's a President Trump rally, we will send you a live notification. We'll say tune in right now so you do not miss this event. We don't do them for smaller events like this, but we will do it for rally notifications. And you never know. 2024 is right around the corner, about 13 months out from the presidential election. So, we want to stay here for you. We want to stay on all of our platforms like Twitter, Facebook, Getter, Gaptrue Social, all of them. But you just don't know what's going to happen. So make sure you can sign up to hear from us directly at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Put your email there. I will send you news personally once a week on Thursdays.
All right, sounds good. Thursday's the day as you get ready for the weekend. A topic I've never discussed here on RSBN specifically for me is all of the writers we have. We have a good team of writers who put together the best articles. Let's talk about that.
Our writers they're state of the art. They're top of the line writers. President Trump shares all of their news. Every single person on our team, President Trump has shared an article or an op-ed from. So it just says something about the quality of people that we have and what they report on, and it's all news that's important to you guys. I want to shout out Summer Lane, Alex Caldwell, Jason Collins, David Crumb, all of our excellent writers. You can check out their work. Their full bios are on our website as well, so you can learn all about them, full transparency on who they are at rsbnetwork.com. Go check out our front page, see what we've published today. We'll have some more stuff coming out about the speaker race soon, and also please send me emails. You can title it newsletter feedback. Send it to feedback@rsbn.tv and let us know what you want to hear more about. I really want to know what the topics are that you want to know.
All right, and so let's talk about social media as well. RSBN has really taken off when it comes to social media. Truth Social is a big one because that is President Trump's platform, but we can get all of these articles as well on social media. But when you go to websites like Rumble, you have the Locals channel. So there's so many different ways that you can get access to RSBN.
Yes, you can get access to RSBN almost any way you can think of. We have our mobile app, RSBN, or you can look up Right Side Broadcasting Network on the Apple Store. You can do it on the Android Store. We have, I believe we have Google Play, we have Roku, we have pretty much everything. So you can get us on your smart TVs, you can get us on social media. We're at RSB Network on almost every single platform. It's Facebook, X, aka Twitter, Truth Social, Getter, Gab, and Telegram. And on Truth, we're at RSBN. So you can find us there. We have over 3.6 million across all of our social media channels alone. That's not even including YouTube or Rumble or Locals or anything else.
That's amazing.
We really appreciate all of your guys' support over the past 7-8 years. It's your support that's kept us afloat. So if you feel compelled, please continue to support our travel expenses and all that good stuff at our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also send a check to our mailing address. It's on our website as well. And yeah, we really appreciate all of your support and tuning in. Tonight, President Trump will speak at 7 p.m. Eastern. The program begins at 6 p.m. Eastern. So Brian Glenn, our very own, will be moderating a panel full of stars, conservative stars that you guys all know and love. Let's find out. I have a screenshot of
my favorite, while you're pulling that up, is Terrence Williams. He sells pancakes now. I think he has some syrup that it just came out or is coming out. Whenever I'm down and sad about what's going on in the country or Israel, just turn on Terrence. I get mad about what's going on, but he gets mad too, but he does it in a comical way that makes me laugh. And so that laughter helps me in these difficult times. So follow Terrence Williams.
Follow Terrence Williams. Follow RSBN on all our channels. And the other people on the panel are going to be Siggy Flicker from Jexit. We have Rogan O'Hanley, who runs the DC Drano account. Shout out to Rogan. It's one of our friends. The woman who runs Libs of TikTok, Chaya. How do you say her name? I'm so sorry. I don't know. I don't know how to say her name, but she's excellent at content, I'll tell you that.
Well, I'll tell you that my eyes are not great seeing that, so I don't know.
Yeah, we have two others, Bruce Lavelle, Gina Loudon, and lastly Terrence Williams, which you've already shouted out.
Yes, so great panel. I will say this. I had a birthday yesterday. And so, if you're sitting at home, the older you get, the worse your eyes get. So I couldn't really read what was on the screen, but that's okay. But yes, a great panel. Brian Glenn is excited to be moderating that. He is, as you know, very energetic. And I can't wait to see him on stage with some of these people today.
I'm excited. They're going to get questions they never anticipated, I'll tell you that.
Absolutely. So I'm ready for it.
We've been doing a lot lately. We even have a new show. It's called Let It Be Heard, if you guys haven't heard about it. The host of it, his name is Jaden Hurd. He looks at more like cultural topics through a biblical lens, so biblical worldview. You can head to watch that on Rumble. I believe it airs on Tuesdays and Thursday mornings at 10 a.m. Eastern. Micah at the studio, you can correct me on that. But go check out his show. It's called Let It Be Heard. They're short episodes. It's mostly reactionary content, so he'll show you this crazy video that went viral on Instagram or TikTok, and he'll react to it from a Christian standpoint, which is pretty unique in today's world of crazy content and just influencers doing whatever they have to do to get clicks. That's not what we're doing over here. We're still trying to stay principled and true to conservative beliefs and biblical beliefs.
Yes, absolutely. So definitely check that out. I can't wait to watch more of those episodes and those shows. They're getting very patriotic behind us as we get going and near the half of the hour, 5:30 here Eastern time on the East Coast. Talking about some other news going on. Carrie Lake announcing her run for Senate. So good to see that. Donald Trump has already endorsed her, and he said, when I'm president, I need good senators in Congress like Carrie Lake.
That's an exciting one for me. She announced her bid last night out of Scottsdale, Phoenix area, and she just gave an excellent speech talking about how she's still going to champion MAGA values. She's not going to back down. She's going to keep fighting. I don't think she's ever backing down from the political fire. I think she's here for the long run, and that's the kind of loyalty and dedication that we need from our representatives, our senators, pretty much everybody on the conservative side. We need a little more fire.
Absolutely, and Kari Lake has that fire. She definitely does. And as you just mentioned, this is like, I believe, the beginning of her political career. She's found her way. She's found her path, and we will be watching her closely in the coming months as she, again, announces her bid for senator in the great state of Arizona. Arizona, another border state. Kari Lake has been vocal about the immigration, the illegal immigration coming into Arizona as well. So we need strong leaders like Greg Abbott and Kari Lake and Matt Gaetz, people in these southern states, to really take a stand and protect the border. So happy to see Kari Lake throwing her name into the race.
President Trump immediately endorsed her right after her race, and that's not typical. President Trump will think about it. He'll weigh options. He'll have conversations. This one was a no-brainer. He's like, she's been loyal. She has my back. She's gonna do what's right for the American people.
Oh yes, and so we wish her well in her race. Again, following closely the speaker race going on right now in the nation's capital between Jim Jordan and also Steve Scalise. We are monitoring that as we speak. You're saying that if a vote were to happen any minute now or this evening, we will bring you live coverage of that. President Trump has endorsed Jim Jordan for that race. In fact, Trump awarded Jordan the country's highest civilian award when he was in office, and that's the Presidential Medal of Freedom. He says that Jim Jordan is, quote, he's strong on borders, immigration, supports our military, our veterans, and of course the Second Amendment. So he is backing Jim Jordan.
He is backing Jim Jordan, but I'm hearing it's somewhat of a toss-up among conservatives between Scalise and Jordan. I know there's a lot of strong opinions out there, so I won't get too much into that, but either way, it's sounding like we're going to have a more conservative option than we had previously with Kevin McCarthy. A lot of stuff going on this year, a lot of stuff coming up. In the next year, we're gearing up for more rallies, more events, more campaigns, so I hope you guys stay with us through all of it.
Oh yeah, so we have the joke around my house is that I'm just going to leave my suitcase packed because there's no use in unpacking because we're always on the road, and it's fun. The campaign trail is fun because you meet so many different Americans and people from all over the country, different states, and we all have the same passion. We all have the same beliefs, the same heart for this country. We put God first, then we put our country first, our family, faith, freedom. That's all we want. You would think that would be simple, right? A simple request, but the Biden administration is not making it easy.
So you've been at a lot of rallies and other events recently. So what's the most common feedback you hear from people on why we need President Trump back in office?
Immigration's huge, and also the economy. People cannot afford to live right now. They can't afford to feed their family. They can't afford their mortgage. They're just struggling. They're working multiple jobs. And another one that's really big is that what they're teaching our kids. This is where the mama bears are coming in. The mama bears like Kari Lake, speaking of Kari Lake, says the mama bears are going to save this country. I have an almost 2-year-old at home. He's just in Mother's Day out, but when he gets to school, you're not going to teach my child that it's okay for him, it's a little boy, to go into a female restroom. No, little Marty's going to go into the boys' restroom. There's 2 genders, male and female.
2 genders.
He plays in the male sports. He doesn't play in the female sports. So for these schools to be teaching these kids this craziness, it's the parents who are getting fed up right now. And we're actually seeing that here in Florida, where Miami-Dade in the last election, they flipped conservative for the school board because parents have had enough. It's the parents and the mama bears who are saying, you're not going to do this to my children. So I'm seeing a lot of that. A lot more people homeschooling their kids. Mm-hmm. So I get a lot of that as well. So immigration, the economy, and the future for our kids and what they're teaching our kids, what's in school libraries, things like that. That's one of the hot topics.
I think the school board races are going to become one of the most watched things in the nation because people understand the impact. They go, okay, the school board has a direct effect on what my child learns at school. It's not so much the same with Congress and Senate, as important as it is to vote in all of those. I think we're going to see, like we did in the last election cycle, which actually led to the skyrocketing of Glenn Youngkin to governor. The Loudoun County School Board stuff that went on. So we're going to see a lot more importance being put on that, and I love love to see more local involvement from conservatives.
I would too, and a way to do that is just to simply get involved. To get involved in your local GOP conservative groups. Get involved in your neighborhood watch groups. If you don't have one, create one. It just starts with one person. Become a poll watcher, poll worker. Some of these jobs are volunteer, some actually paid too. So the more eyes that we have on the election polling locations come November, the better, I believe. We just need America to get involved, because it's not just going to take President Trump or me or you or Brian Glenn or any of the RSBN staff. It's going to take everybody in this room, everyone watching at home. If we all just stood up today and said enough's enough, it's time to fight back and start saving our country, then the left doesn't have a foot to stand on. They don't have a leg to stand on. So we just got to fight.
We do, and the Founding Fathers agreed with that. They believed that we couldn't rely on great leaders alone. We can't have our one leader that is just, working on our behalf, like President Trump or Carrie Lake or whoever that great leader is going to be. We can't rely on them because we won't always have them. We have term limits. People are only, if President Trump gets another term, it's only 4 years. What happens after that? If you don't get involved now, it's just going to get worse from here. And the Democrats or the liberals, I should say, are going to take over more. They're going to push CRT. They're going to push the transgender ideology. They're going to push all kinds of stuff that you do not want your kids to be learning. It's an understatement to say that we will have a dramatically different country in 50 years.
Right. I saw somewhere the other day where a 3-year-old was being taught something about gender, and I think of my little son who's almost 2, and all he knows are cartoons and peekaboo and reading little books and playing with his little toys. Why is a 3-year-old being taught about gender? That is the most absurd thing I've ever heard in my life. Children, we need to keep them innocent. Look, the world's ugly out there already, right? It's a crazy world that we live in. And so we just have to keep them as innocent as we can for as long as we can. And so these adult mindsets that they're trying to instill in our children, let them be a child, let them be innocent. And once they get older, we just got to keep teaching them, again, faith, God, family, freedom. And so when they do go out in the real world, they can say, no, there are 2 genders. I believe in the Second Amendment. I'm going to stand for the national anthem. I'm going to pray before meals, because we did as a family when I was little. So it starts at home. And if we can really instill faith, freedom, family into our little kids, when they go out into the real world, when they're old enough, they're ready to fight back.
Absolutely. Take small steps first. Take that step of understanding what your child is learning in school, teaching them the right way to live, whatever worldview you use. But just teach them, bring them up the right way. Teach them to critically think. Teach them to discern between what is good, what is bad. We need to be teaching our own children instead of relying on the nanny state or the government to teach our children for us. So I think that's one topic President Trump is really tough on. He always says that we will not have transgenderism in schools. I'm sure he would love to take action. We need to, I'll let you guys vote, but we should, in my opinion, reelect President Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are getting ready to see President Trump here in just a little bit. We're going to step to the side for a minute because we have some video playing as the crowd continues to come in here at the Club 47 event. 3,500 people expected here tonight. And this is the video that they're playing.
So, President Trump, I'm sure Vanessa just said this, but he is taking the stage at 7 p.m. Eastern. The program should start in about 22 minutes here. Our very own Brian Glenn will be moderating this panel. You will see of about, 7 or 8 influencers. So I'm sure we'll get some excellent questions there. And start tuning in, guys. We had a fun summer. We had a fun last, year and a half since we've really been in true presidential campaign season. But we are about to heat up and fire off like never before. And RSBN is going to be traveling all over the country. We were just in Anaheim, California. We're in Iowa all the time. We'll be in Iowa again on Monday. We love Iowa, the great state of Iowa. We also love the great state of Florida. So stay with us. Tune in on rsbnetwork.com. You can watch all of our live coverage directly on our website. If you click the pinned post at the top, that will be our upcoming event. So you will see Iowa, you will see anything else that is confirmed, and once it is confirmed, we will put it on our website for you guys to access. We will also send it out in our weekly newsletter. You guys can sign up for that at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Email signups are so important in today's digital era. If we ever get kicked off of any platform, most likely at this point, who knows, it could be YouTube, it could be X, it could be anything at this point. But with the elections coming around the corner, we just don't know. So make sure you can hear from us directly at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. We'll send you a recap of our top stories of the week. We always look at the past 7 days. I wish I looked at it before I came here so I could tell you what the top stories were, but based on our numbers, I would have to guess that it's President Trump's remarks, his strong remarks on Israel, on Iran, on the $6 billion prisoner exchange that President Biden did with Iran recently. And now President Trump is calling to refreeze those funds so that they cannot be used to launch another or continued attacks on Israel. So we have a lot going on worldwide. We have a lot going on nationally at home. And I believe we have a video of President Trump on right now. I'm not sure if we can take the audio for that or not, but we will check in on that for you.
History will remember what we played and making America great again. So good what we do. We all have to volunteer. We must get back to the White House. Thank you very much.
All right, a short message from President Trump to the crowd tonight as they start coming in. People here in their Make America Great hats, American flag attire, patriotic, red, white, and blue. Love seeing all the different shirts and the different outfits. And speaking of shirts, it's time to get your Wanted for President t-shirt as a welcome bonus to join the Trump T-Shirt Club. This is a great t-shirt that you can wear proudly, and also a great gift that you can give to a Trump supporter. Last time, these shirts sold out in 3 hours after announcing it, so we don't know how long this deal will last. So visit mytrumpshirt.com. Claim yours today. That's mytrumpshirt.com. Get yours right now. These t-shirts are printed and shipped from New York, so you will be supporting a patriotic business by claiming your shirt today. Join all these wonderful patriots with Trump gear. Get your Trump shirt. mytrumpshirt.com. All right, so we are about 20 minutes out from the panel starting here in Florida. It's a tight squeeze over here by the camera, so bear with us as we're moving around behind the scenes. But yes, we are waiting for 3,500 people to make their way here inside the building. Everyone's happy. Everyone's just hopeful, Grace. And that's what we see at all of these Trump rallies and Trump events. People are just happy. They're hopeful. They're hoping that the next year will be the last full year of the Biden administration, and then President Trump will go in January of 2025, and they're hoping that he will make a change, which Trump promises on day one.
Yes, President Trump, if he gets reelected on day one, he's going to come in hot. He's going to come in with executive orders, not drafted legislation, but he'll come in with all kinds of presidential actions that he can legally take and push Congress to get things passed that need to be passed to help the American people. I mean, we need to reduce inflation. That's one of the biggest complaints I hear about. People are scared to buy homes right now. When inflation goes up, people can't buy as easily. They will be paying more in interest, less in principal, meaning they get less equity, and they won't be able to be property owners. And, there's a lot to be said about that and why the government would continue to raise interest rates. And I won't get too far into that, but I think you guys can catch the drift there. We need to take action to reduce that. We need to get a better economy going, and we need a better country.
Yes, we do. And, we're hanging on by a thread. And President Trump always says that if the Biden administration were to win again, we will not have a country left. And I firmly believe that, because just looking at how destructive the Biden administration has been in just 3 years is so terrifying to know that there's a possibility that we could have 4 more years of the Biden administration. And I agree with President Trump. If that were the case, what kind of country will we be in?
Right. But where would we be? My own dad just said the other day, he's like, I hate when people call Biden the president of the United States. He's not the president of anything. He's being controlled. He's the establishment. And that's how so many Americans feel right now. They feel that Biden's just a puppet. I mean, we have this insane, horrific attack going on right now in Israel, and Biden's calling a lid. He called a lid, I think it was yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong.
And then held a barbecue at the White House the day of. Yes.
It's just so nonchalant. It's just like,
whatever.
He doesn't care. It's whatever. It's whoever's running the scenes. It's the Secretary of State most likely calling most of the shots at this point. It's like, who knows who it is?
Absolutely. And, again, I was in Iowa last week when the news started coming down of Israel and the strikes going on there and the beheadings of families and the brutal murders of kids. It's just so heartbreaking to even fathom the thought of that, but the video is horrific. And I'll tell you, I was there for a Trump rally in Iowa, and I came home just heartbroken. Couldn't wait to get to my little baby soon enough to wrap my arms around him. But my point is, for that day, even now, I'm in no mood for a barbecue. Sunday's great. It's football season. Love NFL games. And the Astros, I'm from Texas. The Astros are in the playoffs. So we're sitting pretty in Texas right now. We love our football. We love the Astros. And nobody was in the mood. Nobody was in the mood. Like, we watched, but we're just sitting around kind of just blah that day. The president's having a barbecue.
He's having a barbecue. I mean, he just doesn't seem concerned about anything. He really maybe only seems concerned about power, about what his people are
making money,
about the LGBTQIA plus community, making money, getting transfers from who knows who. Who knows what we'll find out in 5 years that he was doing as president of the United States.
Yes.
All the oversight committee revelations are about then VP Biden under the Obama administration and all this crazy stuff. But what's going to come out in a few years from now? How can we have somebody as a sitting, I hate to say commander-in-chief, sitting president in office who is known for behavior like this? And this has been his entire career.
Absolutely, and I'm hoping that the House Judiciary Committees and all the state reps continue to unveil the corruption of the Biden family when it's Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, and everyone else that could possibly be involved. Continue to investigate, continue to unveil what's really going on, reveal who these people truly are. Their masks are falling off. They've lied to the American people, and on these shady business deals that have come through, making money left and right off the American people from China and who knows where else. But we just urge that the House of Representatives continues to investigate. We appreciate the work they've done so far to really open the eyes of Americans to really show who Joe Biden is, as well as Hunter Biden and the rest of them as well. But, when it comes to that family versus President Trump's family, can you imagine, Grace, if Eric Trump or Don Jr. or even Ivanka, Tiffany, any of them, if there was cocaine found in the White House, or if there was secret business dealings with China, how hard they would be hammering on the Trump kids?
I can't even begin to describe how hard they would go on the Trump kids. They would stop at nothing. They stop at nothing now with President Trump. They would do the same thing to his kids. Unfortunately, that's the state of America right now. It's not even the country that it used to be. We used to not have such political persecution, but unfortunately, some presidents in recent history have gone unfettered in their power, unchecked, and now I think some maybe modern presidents are kind of feel empowered to do whatever they want.
Yeah, and they're allowed to, and that's what's so sad is they're allowed to do so. But again, President Trump says on day one in office, he will clean house. He will make sure he gets the DOJ, the FBI, these federal organizations in line, in check, to make sure that everything is back in order, back the blue, back, no more wokeness.
No more wokeness.
Yeah, so that's what we're seeing a lot of. It's just woke organizations, woke communities, woke cities, and we just want to put an end to it because, again, like I mentioned earlier, how hard is it to just go by, your faith, love your family, have your freedom, go to work every day, come home, be able to put food on the table for your children, have a closed border. If you want to come to America, great. Just be a law-abiding citizen. Come in the legal way. That's all we ask. It doesn't seem like a lot to ask, but it's just everything that makes sense. The Biden administration is stomping their foot on and just, squashing us into the ground.
Right, and I think Florida has been a light in the country and for many reasons. They've really fought back against the woke policies of the Biden administration, and they've taken a lot of good action for Floridians. But I think that a few things that President Trump is going to talk about in relation to Florida is, of course, winning the primary here, which is very important.
Yes.
Florida is a swing state. He likely will also, he released a video recently in September, actually, about Florida specifically, and he criticized Joe Biden's handling of the office. He wanted to reverse every single Biden policy, essentially. And he says that we will no longer neglect the growing problems the people of Florida are facing. He specifically addressed problems like the insurance rates, electricity rates, and crime sprees in Democrat-run cities like Miami. I'll tell you what, I don't feel safe in Miami. You were just talking about Detroit off camera, but Miami is terrible. There's a lot of illegal immigration. A lot of illegal immigrants are flooding here from other states. Of course, the governor and other law enforcement agencies are doing their best to push these illegal immigrants over to cities like New York, which is actually turning against the Biden administration. It's having the intended effect, busing these illegal immigrants to New York City, Chicago. They don't want that. They thought they were going to bring in all these people and that they were going to give them money, give them cars. And
they thought they were going to stay in red states. Yes.
And they thought they were going to send them to red states where it's more rural and they can, build more, provide for them, give them jobs. But the red states are like, no way. We're sending them back to you. It's going to be your problem. So I think that is actually an effective tactic.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been, and it's starting to show right now, as you just mentioned. The Democrat mayors and governors are saying, oh, no, we're getting overrun by illegal immigrants right now, so we got to do something. In New York City, they're overflowing in the hotels, nice hotels that if you and I stayed there, if you stayed there, we'd pay several $100s a month, a night, I wish a month, but they're getting it for free. They're getting free housing, free
food. Is the government paying for that, I guess?
And so taxpayer dollars, but now New York is saying, okay, enough's enough. We're now getting overrun by illegal immigrants. And so they're seeing that it's a problem. So when you have Democrats who are now starting to see that this is a problem, it's a problem because they always stick together no matter what. So illegal immigration is huge. All I can say is, watch your kids, watch your families. We don't know who these people are. We don't know where they're from. And with everything going on in Israel and Ukraine, with Russia, it's just a lot going on in the Middle East and abroad, and we're just hoping that we can get a grip on what's going on at the border, and our military is the best. Nobody compares to our military men and women. Thank you for all you do, but thank God we have a strong military because I wouldn't be able to sleep at night.
Border Patrol, National Guard,
all of those,
all these law enforcement agents, the human trafficking agencies, the U.S. Marshals.
Yes.
All of them.
Yes.
We're very grateful to all of them.
Yes, we thank them.
We thank them. And we're thankful to supporters that continue to watch RSBN. I want to tell you guys again about a very special show we've recently launched that is it's doing very well. It's about cultural issues through the lens of the Bible. It's about a Christian perspective on things like transgenderism, about these crazy, maybe witchcraft or like these crazy viral videos you see online, and you go, how can this be happening in America? We're founded on Judeo-Christian values. I want you guys to go to Rumble and go check out the show. It's called Let It Be Heard, hosted by Jaden Hurd and run by our studio. They put together these great mini episodes where they react to content, to crazy content, and they go, oh my gosh, can you believe what happened? I think you guys really would love that, and you can check it out on Rumble channel, RSBN, Right Side Broadcasting Network. It airs Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern. I wanted to make that correction because earlier I had it the exact opposite. I said Tuesday and Thursday at 10 a.m.
And what day is it?
It is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 11
Monday,
a.m.
Wednesday,
Eastern.
Friday. Okay.
Yes. So
we
that
get 3 days of it, so that's good.
Yes. So we are putting it on Rumble right now because there's some content that can't go on other platforms, and I know you guys know who. So check it out there. And also, while we're talking about Rumble, are you guys subscribed to our channel? Please hit the subscribe button or follow button or whatever it is to stay in touch with RSBN on Rumble. Rumble's really been a great help and letting us keep all of our content on there without having to take it down or do these other measures we have to do on other more censorship-friendly platforms, especially as the 2024 election is coming around. You guys also, I believe under the description or right around there, look for a little button, little triple dot red dots button for locals. Join our locals channel. You will get behind the scenes content from Right Side Broadcasting Network. We will take a video here when President Trump takes the stage that will only go on that platform. So make sure you subscribe there. If you can donate $1 to us monthly or whatever you can do will help us for the campaign trail, because it is very important that we continue to give President Trump this platform, and because you won't get this anywhere else. You won't find this coverage on the big networks like Fox News, the cable networks really, and I'm not talking bad about anybody here because they have their own business model and that's how they do things. But Right Side Broadcasting is unique in that we can go live for 8 hours without any interruptions. We can, except for maybe a commercial break, but we will show you everything live and full. We'll show you the crowds. That's what we're known for. And we'll show you the crowd tonight as it gets more filled in here. Florida is Trump country. I like that sign. I think it's very true. I think Florida's
absolutely it is. And you were talking about following us on all these platforms. Right. And if you've ever heard the saying, spread the word or get the word out, word of mouth. That is so important, especially as we head into 2024. So if you'll do us a favor and just share our posts, share our live coverage. The more that you share and get the word out, tell people, when you're going to lunch and you're talking about, President Trump or politics, just say, hey, do you follow RSBN? Do you watch RSBN? Because the more people that we can get, aware of what's going on in our country and how important it is to win in 2024, the better. As Grace mentioned earlier, the line was wrapped around the building in the parking lot here. We love to see that at Trump events and Trump rallies. We just are praying that we see that on Election Day at the polling locations. We need lines of people flooding the polls, making sure that we win in 2024. I believe that the program is just now getting started. We're going to scoot over to the side and let you listen in.
Attention, please. May I have your attention, please? Everyone, please take your seats. Hey, thank you. Please take your seats. Okay. Everyone, I'm Larry Snowden. I'm the president of Club 47 USA. I want to welcome each and every one. Okay.
Disgusting.
Testing. Audio, visual. Turn volume up a little louder, please. Everyone, please take your seats. And if you would, give me a moment of silence now so I can talk.
Just go ahead. Just keep going. Larry, just go ahead.
I'd like to welcome everyone to the largest and most exciting Club 47 meeting ever. Is everybody geared up? Let me hear you cheer. Okay. Before we get started tonight, I want to thank everyone out there. This is the largest audience Club 47 has ever had by far. Let me thank Randy Lundy and the MAGA 8 band for their fantastic pre-meeting entertainment tonight. And I want to acknowledge and thank our other two board members. I have here with me Linda Stock, our club vice president. And I have Sue Snowden, our club treasurer and secretary. And I want to thank them for their tremendous hard work in making this club so successful. And I want to thank both of them for their daily long hours and all the time they put in over the course of the previous month putting together tonight's meeting. Thank you, Linda, and thank you, Sue. Club 47 has a team of more than 70 volunteers that help us continuously, and without them, we could never accomplish such great things as we have here tonight. I asked Bethany Movazagi, our volunteer coordinator, to please stand and wave your hands. Bethany. Round of applause for Bethany. I asked Robert Kiger, our security director, to please stand. Round of applause for Robert Kiger. Don Tarka, our audio-visual director. Please stand, Don. Thank you, Don, for all you do for us. And ask Randy Lundy, entertainment production director. Please stand. Thank you, Randy, for all that you do. I now call on our club vice president, Linda Stock, to lead us in prayer. Thank you.
Today is a great Trump day, but we have some solemn business at the moment. And it's Club 47 stands in solidarity with the people of Israel and condemns these heinous acts of terrorism. We mourn the tragic loss of lives, and our deepest sympathies go out to the victims, their families, and their friends. The Jewish people's miraculous survival and triumph over baseless hatred and destruction are defined by just 3 words: Am Yisrael Chai, which means the people of Israel live. Please rise and join me for a moment of silence. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we ask for your blessings on all those gathered here today. Bless our country and our people as we seek your guidance and continued protection. Lord God, protect and guide our leaders with your light and your truth. Help them with your good counsel so they can exercise just and rightful authority. Lord, protect our armed forces who serve our country so valiantly. Bring them home safely after their noble missions. Safeguard our police officers and all our first responders who work hard each day and night in every city and town in our great nation. As our democracy is threatened, we ask you, Lord, to bless Donald J. Trump. Bless his family and his campaign, and give them wisdom to safeguard the ideals and free institutions which are our country's pride and glory. May God bless you and protect you. May God shine his countenance upon you and be gracious unto you. May God bestow favor upon you and give you all peace. And let us all say together, Amen.
Thank you, Linda. At this point, I'd like to call on our Secretary-Treasurer of the club, Sue Snowden. She's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for coming. Love you, too. Please remain standing and join me in pledging allegiance to the flag of the greatest country on this earth, the United States of America. And I will add that desperately needs Donald Trump back in the White House. So join me in pledging allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
At this point, I'd like to ask Randy Lundy and the MAGA 8 band to come forward and sing our national anthem.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
God bless. Big hand for the MAGA 8 band. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Randy and MAGA 8 band. For the next part of tonight's program, I'm honored to introduce Brian Glenn. Brian is the Director of Programming for Right Side Broadcasting. Brian's career in television and radio has spanned over 25 years. From taco trucks to pizza to politics, he's covered it all. He's currently on a mission to save America and to get President Donald J. Trump back in the White House. Please welcome our moderator for tonight's event, Brian Glenn.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks
Brian.
for having me. Thank you. Club 47. My goodness, look at you. Thank you. Does anybody think Joe Biden can fill up an arena like this? No way. No way. He probably couldn't walk up those stairs I just went through. He might wander around like this and, look off in the distance. He might go play footsies with the media back there. Might even sniff some of them. But I'm glad to be here today and an honor to be here in front of you. Thank you so much. Now, I flew into West Palm today from Washington, D.C., the swamp. But we had some major weather going on today. I don't know if you guys saw that in the news. It was storming. We had Hurricane Matt Gates, Cat 5, made an appearance, tracked up the Florida Panhandle, went right there in front of the swamp, and absolutely started a fire there at the Capitol. That's right. Who loves Florida Man here? I love me some Florida Man. Matt Gates. I love Matt Gates. I love him. But let's be honest right now. There's probably a good chance that some of you right now could be elected Speaker of the House. We could just do nominations like right now because it's such in chaos. But you know what? I have an idea. I've got an idea. We'll do it right now. If I was in Congress, I would say this. The gentleman from Texas would like to nominate Speaker of the House, Donald John Trump. For sure. Because I'm thinking this. Let him come in as a speaker, fix this shit, and then we get it back in the White House in 2024 and save this country. Just an idea, right? But I'm glad you guys are here. We've got a great panel that's going to come out. Each one of them has a unique story of how they've got to where they're at today. And I just want you guys to give them a warm welcome when they come out. We'll start off with, he's the host of the Terrence K. Williams Show. He's a comedian. And he has a pancake mix, Cousin T's. Go check it out. Welcome to the stage, Terrence K. Williams. Have a seat. There you go.
Let's go.
Our next guest was appointed by President Trump to the Small Business Administration Office of Advocacy from the White House Communications Department. He represented the best interest of small businesses. He's a developer. He's a fan of President Trump, and he told me backstage he's one of the OGs. Please welcome Bruce Lavelle. He is the OG, he told me. All right, our next guest was a former Hollywood entertainment lawyer who left his legal career to expose and fight back on the deep state by destroying this country. You might know him as D.C. Drano. I know him as Rogan O'Hanley. Welcome to the stage.
What's up, Patriots?
Our next panelist is Rayleigh Bourne. She's a former member of the Real Housewives of New Jersey. She's an author, and she is a spokesperson for Jexit. Please welcome Siggy Flicker. Our next panelist is a doctor. She's a communicator, and she's the host of American Sunrise on Real America's Voice. Please welcome Dr. Gina Loudon. All right, last but not least, she is known for lighting up the internet. She's been on Fox News, she's been on all the cable channels, and they can't stand her because she's telling the truth. The creator of Libs of TikTok, Chaya Radic. All right, good-looking panelists right here. All right, I want to start, the first question is how you guys, the origins of your content. I'll kind of start with the social media people, because was there ever a point that you guys said, you know what, I don't like what I'm seeing, I want to call it out, and I want to do it in maybe a humorous style. Terrence, I'll go ahead and start with you.
Is my mic on? So, I'm a proud Trump supporter. Yeah, I am. And I'm a proud black Trump supporter. And I'm not ashamed of it. Now, what was the question again? When I think about Trump, I get a little lost. What was the question again?
How did you get started? I mean, when did your comedy change from talking about regular stuff to talking about political stuff?
So I started back in 2016. Now, this was before Trump was the nominee. I had made a viral video on Facebook. Now, this video was not political. The video was about how much I love America, and I had a bunch of my friends that were talking about moving back to Africa. So I went on Facebook and said, what in the hell are y'all talking about? I said, I'm staying right here in this great country. And then that video went super viral, and then people started to ask me, Terrence, who are you going to vote for in 2016? And I said, Donald Trump. I said, Donald J. Trump. And that's when I got into politics. And when I said I was voting for Donald Trump, so many people started to unfollow me, but then a lot of patriots started following me. So I'd rather be followed by patriots. And I was vilified for coming out supporting Trump. I was called an Uncle Tom. I was called a coon, whitewash. I was told I was kicked out the black community. I was told I could no longer attend those good old barbecues. So, you know, but you know what, though? I did not let any of that. Now, it did disappoint me because I was surprised that so many people, that friends and even family members came out against me. They said horrible things about me. But you know what? I stood my ground. And I will not allow anyone to change the way that I think or to think for me, okay? I can think for my damn self, okay? I can think for myself. And that's why I know President Trump will win in 2024, and he's the best damn thing for this country.
Yeah, DC, I'll go ahead and go with you next.
So I actually used to be a Hollywood entertainment lawyer. You can boo, it's okay. And I would see right out my window Obama flying into town when he was president and getting a ton of money, donations. It was Hollywood's like an ATM machine for the Democrats, right? And the country was going to hell. And I saw this guy that was pretty famous talking in 2015 coming down the Golden Escalator about how he doesn't work for the elites. He doesn't need their money. He's not bought by anyone. He's going to go in there and return power to the people. And I said, this guy's got it. I got my MAGA hat. And once he got elected, I realized I couldn't support him. And because I was like, all right, I'm going to get fired if I support President Trump. People are losing their minds here. So I made a secret account called DC Drano. And then I went on a T-shirt website and I made a shirt. It says Hollywood sucks. And so I would go out on the weekends to his Hollywood star. And I would defend it. I don't know. Stand there. Antifa would pepper spray people, whatever. I was like, no, I'm standing up for this guy. And I knew it was only a matter of time until they found out what I was doing. So I quit my job, moved to the free state of Florida, and said, I'm going to fight every day to make this guy as successful as possible.
Yeah, I love it. Hi, let's go ahead and shift over to you. Libs of TikTok. First of all, the creation, yeah, it's a great name. Tell me the origin that you chose to use that name.
So I'm probably the newest person to politics on this stage. Hello? Okay, I'm probably the newest person to politics on this stage. And it started during COVID because we're all locked in our homes. I'm sure many of you remember. And we're getting these videos of like 2-year-olds getting kicked off of planes for not wearing masks. We had like the school shut down and all of your kids were at home all day because the teachers' unions were forcing the schools to stay shut. They closed our churches and synagogues, and it was obviously a very insane time. And I was never involved in politics before. And I'm sitting in my house, trapped in my home. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, why do a couple people sitting in D.C. get to decide how and when and for how long I could leave my home for? And if I could go pray that day. So I started, thank you. So I started like following the news, and it started really just seeing all these crazy libs on TikTok posting about COVID and praising like Dr. Fauci and fear-mongering. So I was like, okay, I'm going to start sharing these crazy TikToks of these libs, mainly about the COVID stuff. And it's really just started blowing up right away. And I was like, oh, well, these are libs, and they're from TikTok, so it's just libs of TikTok.
There you go. What has been the biggest post you ever did? They got the most views, or maybe the most criticism?
I would say actually one that happened this week. It got like 30 million views. And I basically just took a picture of the spokesperson for the Department of the Interior, and I posted it, and I said, this is the spokesperson for the Department of Interior. That's it. My whole brand is just showing, people what the left themselves say and do and what they, so it sparked so much backlash. Just to give a little more context, this guy wears dresses publicly and had a bunch of tweets about propagating the Russia hoax and calling everyone racist and saying that the police are modern day slave owners. And I was just like, this is who this guy is. And the left just lost it. I mean, I've never received that much backlash, to the point so much so that the White House put out a statement about me this week, condemning it.
With all the stuff that's going on, that's what they choose to do, right?
This morning, we got the news that I think the updated number is 22 Americans were killed in Israel, and the White House is busy putting out statements about independent journalists. So that's where their priorities are.
Yeah. Siggy, I want to transition over to a subject you and I talked about backstage. Obviously, we had a moment of silence for Israel and what they're dealing with. You were born in Israel. You were born during the Six-Day War, if I'm not mistaken. This is very personal to you. Would you like to share that story? And hopefully this sends a message, and I know that you guys are listening, and I hope the media is rolling on this as well, because this is what needs to happen to stop what's going on right now. Go ahead and share that.
This is on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's on. It's on.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Siggy. I'm sorry that I'm crying. I was born in Israel. I have my whole family. All my nieces and nephews are on the front line. They're all serving, and I came to this country as a legal immigrant at the age of 5, in love with the United States of America. I wrote down all my dreams, and I accomplished, and I got to live the American dream because of this country. My father survived the Holocaust, and he also ran Yad Vashem's Righteous Gentile Division for over 24 years in Israel. He survived the Holocaust as a 7-year-old boy when his mother went over to a priest in Evian, France, and begged the priest to hide my father and his 7 brothers and sisters. And the priest did one even better. He helped them over the border into Switzerland, where they all went into refugee camps. And my father ended up running the Righteous Gentile division at Yad Vashem. And the greatest honor was he was able to go back into that village and thank the priest for saving his life. During Kiddush on Friday night, my father would always sit around the table and tell stories of the Holocaust. And I grew up in a town called Cherry Hill, New Jersey. And I used to say to my father, Abba, lama kol hasipurim ha'ele? Why do we have to hear these stories over and over again? We're in America. We're safe now. We're okay. And my father used to say to me, my dear daughter, a nation that forgets its past has no future. And if I don't raise you to look at evil in the eye when it is in front of you and defeat it, you're going to find yourself in a very, very dangerous position. I ended up being a very successful matchmaker in Manhattan. I had my own matchmaking show on VH1. And then I wrote a book to try to help people manage the dating world when I got a call from Bravo to be on The Real Housewives of New Jersey. My husband warned me against it. He did not want me to do it. He said it's going to ruin our family. It's going to ruin our marriage. They're not looking to make Jersey great again. And I, with my positive attitude, said, Michael, I can make Jersey great again. Just give me a chance. And then in 2016, I voted for the greatest president this country has ever had by the name of Donald John Trump. And I watched the liberal entertainment industry. I watched the producers who loved me the first season I was on, when it was 2015 and Donald Trump wasn't in the picture. But I watched how they treated me and how they edited my storylines and how they gave false narratives and tried to make me look like a wacko. Now, I'm a crazy person, but I'm a good crazy person. And what they did to me on that show was horrendous. And I came home every day soggy. I cried all day long. I said, Michael, it's exhausting all day long. I'm in a room and they set up a scene and they have people attack me. And the minute I defend myself, they edit only that portion for you to see. But who cares about a housewife? I signed up for it. It's the same thing that they do to our president every single day for the last 7 years since him and that gorgeous first lady of ours came down the escalator. And that's when I said, I will no longer shut up, and I'm coming out as the strongest and proudest Donald John Trump supporter in the world. And I joined a wonderful organization called Jexit, which stands for Jews Exiting the Democrat Party. And I know a lot of people in this room have this question for me. And the president has asked me this question. He says, Siggy, how can 74% of your people vote for Joseph Biden? And I said, Mr. President, we have to change that because these liberal Jews are funding their own demise. And I and Jexit want to thank every non-Jew in this room that stands with the state of Israel and the Jewish people. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Because sorry. We have open borders, ladies and gentlemen, and I am worried about my country, but I'm also worried about you. 15 million illegal aliens are in this country unvetted for, and they didn't come here to buy a few burgers. We're in big trouble. And if Donald John Trump isn't in the White House, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what kind of country this is going to be. So thank you for having me today, and I hope that you spread this message, because this next election is the most important election of your life. And your children and your grandchildren's future depends on it.
Thank you, Siggy. Thank you. Well said. Dr. Gina, I want to get your thoughts. You know, two topics that when President Trump brings up, I feel like gets the most applause. And it's protecting our children from transgender surgeries and sexualization of our children. And two, doing away with the Department of Education. Those are two subjects that get the most applause. What is your take on this sexualization, this obsession with turning our kids into some type of sex object and transgender surgeries? And he's pushed to basically make that a felony if that's performed on a minor. I'm going to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah. First of all, thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you, Siggy. It's very hard to then take the mic after this and talk about anything other than what's happening to our brothers and sisters in Israel right now and really around the world, because I feel like the whole world, including most of all the United States of America after Israel, are in peril. But that's all the more reason, honestly, why we have to continue to talk about the social issues that you just defined, that you say get the most reaction, when our wonderful president, our rightfully elected president, by the way, brings them up. I don't have to tell you that this really isn't about a battle for transgenderism or not. This really isn't about a battle for even homeschooling or the abolition of the DOE or any of the rest of it. This is about a battle that has been going on since the beginning of time. This started happening at the beginning of the universe. This is about a battle between good and evil, and you have to pick a side right now. And we don't need to know things, Brian, like that this week. Several actual scientific medical studies, I don't know if you all saw them, came out that said that the drugs and the surgeries we are imposing on our children, without them even understanding, without them even having a license to drive a car or to go to war or to drink a beer, for crying out loud, the drugs and the surgeries we're giving them, guess what? They're killing them in overwhelming numbers. That's as if we didn't already kill them by forcing this godforsaken jab on them. So this really isn't about, it isn't even about parenting. It isn't even really about education. It isn't really even about cultural issues, as we like to call them. This is really just an epic battle that is heating up by the day, and I feel like it was magnified this week with the attack on our good friends in Israel. I spent time there too. I am half Jewish, fourth Jewish, I guess. And so I really think that this is when every single person, according to your faith, you must be on your knees in the full armor of God every single day as you engage in the battle. And you must be outspoken with no reservation. Nobody should calm down right now. We're not going to talk about moral equivalencies because that's a lie. We're not going to listen to those who want to take our children, who want to behead our babies, who want you to die, who want to kill Holocaust survivors in the streets. We're not going to listen to these people anymore. We're not going to calm down. There's one answer to this that God has given us for such a time as this. I want to tell you one quick backstory of how I came to support Donald Trump, because at the time, I was on Fox News every day. I had kind of my own little thing going with them. You know how they do. They'll start having the same person on all the time. And I was one of those people, that flavor of the day, I guess you'd say. And Donald Trump decides, or we're hearing rumor that Donald Trump might get in the race, right? This is 2015. My husband's a former state senator from Missouri. To me, you pay your dues in politics. You don't decide to run for president when you're a Hollywood guy. So I was like, are you kidding me? But then I want to tell you what I saw. I saw this man come to an event. Now, I want to tell you something else. This was a debate. And I knew every other candidate on that stage, and I had interviewed every single one of them, and I had their cell phones in my pocket, their cell phone numbers in my pocket. Every single other person on that stage, I knew. And this is the very beginning, right? I didn't know Donald Trump from Adam. I'd never met him. Didn't know anything about him except what I'd seen on TV. Loved his reality show, right? Didn't know him at all. That's all changed, thank God. This is what I witnessed and what has never changed about Donald Trump that pivoted me in that moment, and it has never, ever changed. He stood in a room about this size. In that room, how many people are here? Someone tell me. This is huge.
3,800.
3,800. Maybe it wasn't quite that big. Maybe closer to 2,000 people in that room that day. They had their cell phones, right? These were citizen journalists. I started with the Tea Party as a citizen journalist back when Obama passed Obamacare. And I saw my country going down the drain, and I didn't want any part of this. I wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. I was married to a senator. I had a great life. I had beautiful children. I sent them around trolled them around to parks every day, looking at cute animals. That's the life I wanted. But they took it. They took that life, and I realized at some point, if I think I'm raising up an army, there's going to be no country for my babies to fight in once I have my army raised. And that's the moment where that all changed for me. And that was the moment I came out and took part in founding the Tea Party movement. So this president, so I'm a very heartfelt citizen journalist, right? I didn't have professional cameras like I do now at Real America's Voice. I didn't have lights and speaking engagements and all that. All I had was my phone. And I watched this man, Donald Trump. Nobody knows this. I tell this story very rarely because it's old. It's 2015. I watched him stand there. Ted Cruz gone. Jeb Bush gone. Right? Took their questions from ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox News, maybe, CNN, left. Gone, right? I watched Donald Trump stand there until every single person with a cell phone who wanted to be a citizen journalist because they wanted to breed what you are today, a citizen movement of people that understand America first. They just wanted to deliver that message and nobody else would talk to them. I watched him stand there for hours and take every question from every amateur journalist in the room. That is the president you support today. That's why every person in this room is here.
Amen to that. Well said. Bruce, I want to direct this next question over to you. You're a businessman. You develop buildings. I know that Trump's a big inspiration to you. You said, hey, one day I want to have my name on my own building. You later did. Trump built the greatest economy in the history of this world. He did it twice. He's going to do it again. Let's talk about what he did for small businesses, because you've been so connected to that sector for so long.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. Can y'all see me over there? I have my back. Hello, 47. Hello, everyone. How about now? Is that
there
good?
You go.
All right. Hi back there, everyone. Hello. As Brian was saying, I was so inspired by President Trump. Let me give you a little quick story about when I first met him. It was 33 years ago at a nightclub called Club Petrus in Atlanta. Now, no one really knew this. I was telling my friend Lynn Patton, and shout out to the 47 staff for this great event. Thank y'all. Thanks for having me. He was in town fundraising for black women, yes. Yeah. That children that were born with HIV. Now, y'all can fact check this. A lot of you never heard this story. So anyway, he had the event during the day, and then he went out to the hottest nightclub in Atlanta. It was on Peachtree Street called Petrus, and that's where you got dressed up and all your best. And it was like, wow, Donald Trump was a celebrity then, if y'all remember. He was on David Letterman. He was on Oprah Winfrey. He was like, he was like a star. It's like, wow, it's Donald Trump. So I got to say hello, whatever. And you don't remember that. But I said, man, I'd like to do that someday. And so fast forwarding into 2000, there's one thing I know that for a fact, there were a lot of minority businesses that if you didn't have enough money on a loan, you could go to the Trump organization and show them a deal, and they would be a partner with you. See, the fake media never tell you that, guys. Yeah, real talk. So 2000, I finally did my first big development, and I put the Lavelle Center on there, and I was like, wow, Donald, I'm almost there. I don't have a skyscraper, but I'm almost there. But yeah, he inspired me more than anything because back in 2015, you know, I got a call from Pastor Darrell, and he says, hey, man, the boss is going to run. I was like, well, I like a business guy because I love business guys. I'm very attracted to business people who want to run for office, especially the ones that don't take pay to play. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That's why we're in this mess now. And he says, you know, listen, we're going to, you know, he was going to try to do it in 11. And then he says, no, I think he's in. So he called me in early 15 and says, hey, we're in. So we birthed the National Diversity Coalition for Donald Trump, me and Pastor Darrell. I'm one of the co-founders. Yeah. The largest diversity coalition in a Republican candidate's history of the United States. Yes, the racist guys, that guy, right. You know, but the beautiful thing about the diversity part of it is the fact that I got to see all these different cultures. So we brought all these cultures together. Haitian Americans for Trump. You know, Sikh Americans for Trump. Yes, Muslim Americans for Trump. C.J. Tara, my good friend who represents, you know, Jewish Americans for Trump. All these cultures of different diverse backgrounds that we came together that wanted to stand behind the greatest movement in the nation's history known to mankind. And that was Donald John Trump. Yes, the greatest. During that time in 2015, we had a meeting in Trump Tower, and I'm going to tell you a story about where he is as it relates to where he is now, is that there was about 110 pastors present at that meeting, all different, you know, Methodists, Baptists, rabbis, all different cultures, you know, different cultures and different backgrounds. And we were on the 26th floor. This is early 2015 after you came down the escalator. And then we had a 2.5-hour meeting. All the pastors were having their conversations about, you know, what are you going to do when you get in, et cetera. He says, well, first of all, I'm going to address the Johnson Act to protect the right to preach, the right for churches to preach what they want in their congregations and synagogues and mosques. That was one thing that came out. Then after 2.5 hours, Pastor Darrell looked over at Pastor Lance and said, Lance, you got anything? Didn't say anything for 2.5 hours. He says, yeah, I got one thing to say. He says, you know, the Lord told me that 6 months ago that President Trump was going to be president, and that I got this message out of Isaiah 45. It's a true story. Then another pastor stood up and said the same thing. I'm like, wow, 3 months he wrote it in his book. And another pastor to the left wrote it the third time. And ladies and gentlemen, where I'm going through this, the country's going through a whole lot. You know, God uses all types of people in different ways. You may not figure it out. As Gina said, you know, a lot of times it's like, you know, he needs to wait his turn. And you saw Jeb Bush thought he was his turn. You saw what happened to Jeb. You know, Jeb got sent home. And this is the movement right now. This is the movement right now. This is the movement right now of exposure. This is the season of exposure right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is what's happening. This is what's, the ones who are in this movement right now for the right reason will prevail. The ones who are in it for pay to play or for their personal self-interest, you will fall apart, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you right now. So if you want to join this movement, us, team, this is the time now. But if you're in it for yourself, it's not going to sustain itself. Thank you.
Well said. Well said. All right, we're going to kind of do like a rapid fire questions right now because I'm getting a little bit of a warning that we may have about 6-7 minutes before we got to get off the stage and let President Trump come out, which I know, yeah, we're ready for that. Favorite story or memory, real quickly, from President Trump. I'll start with you, Terrence.
Quickly. Oh, man.
It seems like that's impossible with this group up here to go quickly.
That is impossible. My favorite story? Well, my favorite memory of Trump is when he was in the White House.
Okay.
That was my favorite memory of him. But my favorite Trump story, well, back in 2018, I believe. Yeah, it was back in 2019.
This story's getting longer and longer all of a sudden, but
yeah, it's going to be all right, okay? But my favorite story of Trump is back in 2019. I went to the White House to a black black leadership summit, and President Trump invited me on stage to speak. And when he called me to the stage, everybody in the crowd was like, "Oh my God." Because they were thinking Terrence is going to say something crazy. But that's my favorite story because I never imagined standing next to a president of the United States of America. And that's my favorite story because I come from foster care. So I never imagined even going to the White House, let alone being called on stage to speak on stage with the president. So that's my favorite story. I'll just leave it there.
That's it going. Bruce?
President Trump made my American dream come true. I love him.
Yeah. Wow, there's so many. One of my favorite stories was we were flying back from New York to Atlanta for a rally. This is back in 2015, and a lot of folks fell asleep, except the pilot, John, of course. He fell asleep. He was flying the plane. But anyway, I had a very intimate moment having a conversation with President Trump, and one thing I said, boss, like if they try to hem you up with the pro-life, pro-choice, just tell them how beautiful adoptions are, no matter what they throw at you. And the reason why I say that is because, Siggy, I'm from two tribes. My biological mother was German Jew and my dad was black. So I like to say from two tribes. So being honored to talk to the most powerful man in the free world about the precious baby in the womb, to give him the message of adoption, that was a great defining moment for me.
Yeah, that's great. And for someone that was adopted, I can appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that. How about you, Rogan?
So I just want to give a quick shout out. I saw someone in the crowd who I admire and respect a lot. Someone in this room who's probably given up more than any of us, and that woman's name is Roseanne Barr. She's here.
Oh, she's right there. There she is up front.
Roseanne.
How cool is that?
That's pretty cool.
My favorite memory of President Trump, I have two. They're really short. One of them is he invited me to Mar-a-Lago for dinner, and we had dinner. And then at the end, he was like, "Do you want ice cream sundae?" I was like, "Yeah." So I had an ice cream sundae with President Trump. But my favorite memory of him in office, and the media isn't going to like this one, but I don't care. My favorite memory of him is January 6th. And yeah, it is. And I'm not talking about the people that caused a ruckus and broke the law. I'm talking about the hundreds of thousands of patriots that gathered in D.C. for the largest demonstration against election fraud in this country. And he is the only man that has stood against election fraud. And until we fix that, we are never going to have a free country. So I thank him every single day for holding that rally on January 6th. I was there. I was damn proud to be there. And we have to fix the election fraud in this country.
I think they agree with you. Siggy?
So actually, I have two stories about my favorite. Our organization, Jexit, was honored to be the first Jewish organization to give Donald Trump the Defender of Zion Award, because there has never been a president who's been so good to the Jewish people or the state of Israel.
Amen.
First Jewish president, you're right. Every other president promised us crap. They never had the balls to do it. Donald Trump had the balls to do it. I call him because I've traveled with him, because one of my best friends happens to be his brilliant attorney, Alina Haba. I've been fortunate enough to be with President Trump on several occasions and fly on his plane. I call him Mr. Abraham Accord when I'm not calling him Mr. President. He has done such incredible things for this country with his America First policies. But on Rosh Hashanah, I had dinner. My husband and I had dinner with the president at Bedminster before he left. And when he walked in, we had the club play a song. I'm proud to be American. It's his favorite song, Lee Greenwood's song. And when he sat down, I said, Mr. President, there's another song that I need you to hear. Have you ever heard the song Trump Won and You Know It?
Yeah.
And he says, I don't think I've ever heard it. I'm like, let's play it. And everybody in the dining room, Amen, Amen, Elohim. Sing it. Trump won and you know it. I don't have a good voice for that, but except when I'm singing the Freedom Song by Jimmy Levy. But anyway, he was smiling. I know that everybody in the room, he's such a generous, wonderful human being. And I always say to him, Mr. President, you've got the wife, the elegant, beautiful, classy, smart, sophisticated, speaks 5 languages.
Yeah.
She don't need to be on the cover of disgusting Vogue. She's the most beautiful first lady we've ever had. You have 5 kids that can all spell mom, dad, and Bob backwards. Brilliant, beautiful, and educated. Why? Why? And he says, because I love this country like you do.
Yeah.
The greatest president, I would also like to say to Roseanne, Toda raba al kol ma shat osa, not just for America, but bishvil Am Yisrael chai. Thank you, Roseanne.
All right. Dr. Gina?
So, Roseanne, I've never had the pleasure, but I have to tell you, I just feel like the hand of God is here today. I feel like this is such a providential meeting today on so many levels. And one way I know that, you know, God sometimes will give you just confirmation you're exactly where you're supposed to be. I believe you all are exactly where you're supposed to be. Roseanne, I happen to be invited to Israel on a bus full of women journalists. Needless to say, I was the sole conservative woman journalist on the trip.
Wow.
The day that everything went down with you, I was on that trip. And again, this is another thing I haven't told very many people. But that day, I was relegated to sit in the back of the bus because I took up for you. So I am so honored to meet you. I know this whole audience is too, but it's just one of those things where I feel like God just went. And you know, there was this wonderful rabbi on our trip, and he never said his politics, because why would you? This wasn't about that. But, and he came back and sat with me. And I thought that was pretty poignant as well. And I was proud, by the way, to sit back there and to pray for you that day.
All right.
My favorite memory of President Trump, I'm like you, I've got so many. I'm like, we shared Starburst on Air Force One. He loves strawberry Starburst. I don't know if you guys go that. I could get so giddy about so many stories, but I think the one that I want to share with you, it's hard because there's so many. But I think the one I want to share with you is the very first time I met him. Because as I told you, I didn't know him. A lot of these people on the stage, Bruce, others, you guys have known him forever. And I love that because they can personally attest to how he's always been. But I'm not one of those people. I was pretty much an opinion talk show host, right? And I had used my slots that I had scheduled on Fox. You see him all the time. And I had started defending him. And I remember going to Republican events. Who remembers this? Who spoke up for Trump early? I know you do, Bruce Lavelle. I would go to Republican events, pro-life events, and I would get booed as I came in the room because I was the one defending that guy. Remember that? And I would say, wait until you see what's going to happen in the White House. And so President Trump, he had seen these hits, but hits meaning TV appearances. That's a term we use in the business for TV appearances. He had seen all these hits that I'd done in his behalf. And I had no idea, because why in the world would he see me? I mean, there's how many hundreds of people on the news every day talking about him. I did CNN and MSNBC and Fox too. And at the time, we didn't have our great independent journalists that are in the back of this room today. And thank God for our independent networks. But so one night I was at the Trump Hotel after he'd been elected, still never met him. Worked every day for him, went and took any appearance I could, no matter how hostile, having no idea why would he see this person that went on for 3 minutes, right, and said, yada, 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 he's so great, right? He came down the stairs at the end of the night, and there's, how many people does that living room, America's living room there at the Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C., I don't know how many people it fits, but it was full of them, and everyone in that room wanted to meet him, and I'm moving back. The Secret Service had approached me earlier and said, would you like to meet him? We recognize you from TV. Would you like to meet him? And I said, oh, no. He's having dinner with his family. I'm not going to be that guy that's like, oh, hey. So at the end of the night, he comes down the stairs. I'm sitting with Nigel Farage having a steak. And in the bar there underneath, I know everyone in this room has been to that place, and we'll miss it. It was a great time. And he comes down the stairs and starts looking around, and I'm moving back because Secret Service is doing what they do and parting the seas there of the people, right? And they kept coming toward me, and I kept trying to like move back, and he's like, no, you. I want to meet you, and I wanted a chance to say thank you for what you did. And I thought, how in the world, first of all, does he know who I am? But it's not about who I was. It was about who he is. He saw somebody, and 1,000 of you in this room know this feeling, right? He stops to thank you. When you see him at Mar-a-Lago, it's not, isn't my place great? It's, how was your night? How was your food? Did you have a good burger? Did you like Mary's meatloaf? If it's your birthday, he finds out. He sends you the bottle of champagne, right? He's the one who searches you out. And this was the moment he sought me out. And he said, you've done so much to help me, which I hadn't done that much, just between us, just talked on TV. It's not really a rough life. And he said, I want to do something for you. What can I do? Anything. And of course, I couldn't think of anything. I said, I have 2 little sons, one with Down syndrome that we adopted and another one that was born the same year. I said, can my little boys come to the Easter party? Anyway, it's been a long road since that many of you have been arm in arm with me for, and I'm so thankful for each and every person in this room, honestly, and thankful especially for our great president.
Yeah. We got a couple minutes left. Haya, I'll send it over to you.
So I got to say my favorite memory of President Trump is probably the day he was inaugurated until the day he left D.C. when we had no new wars.
Amen to that.
Yeah. I'll take mean tweets and world peace any day of the week.
Yeah.
And then my personal memory, Trump invited me to Mar-a-Lago also to have a private dinner with him. And as we were leaving, a bunch of people were coming up to him. They wanted to take pictures with him and get his autograph. And he's like, you have to wait a few minutes because I need to go say bye to my friends first. And I was like, oh, I'm Trump's friend. Okay. No big deal. I'll be his friend. But it was a very special evening, and I just echo what everyone else was saying, the way he listens to every single person and really cares and pays attention to you. It's very special.
He does. There's a connectedness that President Trump has with all of us. And I know for me, I'll share my story real quick. We have a few minutes. It's just every time I get a chance to see him. It's just like you're talking to a friend. I remember the first time I interviewed President Trump, they said, were you nervous? I said, not at all. It was like I was talking to a friend, and that's what he is to all of us, and he's a friend to this nation, and so that's my favorite memory of him. Hey, I do want to remind everybody, there's a book. Sergio's is still out there, Letters to Trump. If you haven't seen the book, it's outside. They've got it for sale. Go check it out. Letters to Trump, I should say. Letters to Trump. Excellent book. Anyway, who's excited? President Trump. I know he's probably intimate.
Trump.
We're getting close. And I just got to say, we've all got to get out and swamp the vote in 2024. I know President Trump harps on that, and you touched on it, Rogan, earlier, about the election. We've got to go make sure that there's no doubt that President Trump did not win that election. So tell your family, your friends, drag everybody to the polls. If you're watching us in Iowa, January 15th, 7 p.m., you're in Iowa, that's the caucus. For New Hampshire, it's in February 13th, the primary. Get out, spread the message. Real quick before we go, social media handles, obviously, I would make sure everybody has a chance to connect with one another and do all that.
What's your social media handle again?
Lives of TikTok.
Lives of TikTok. I told you, I had TikTok on my phone. I got to bring it back now. I thought the Chinese was spying on me, so I took it off. So I have to bring it back on. How about you, Dr. Gina?
Real Dr. Gina.
Siggy.flicker, and you will get a warning. Are you sure you want to follow this person? Yes.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Just try it. Yes, I do. Okay. Rogan?
DC Drano.
No, Bruce_Lavelle, Levell.
Terrence K. Williams.
Hey, well, real quick.
And Cousin T's.
Before I let you go, what's the best thing to put on a set of pancakes? What do you top it off with?
Cousin T syrup. So just so y'all know, when they counseled our great Aunt Jemima, I created a brand called Cousin T's Pancakes. They are the best damn pancakes in America. I'm making pancakes great again.
I love it. Hey, give our panel a round of applause. Thank you so much for coming. President Trump is intimate. Thank you so much, Club 47, for having me out here. Goodbye. God bless. We'll see you in a few minutes.
A test. Terrence Williams has the best pancakes. Cousin T pancakes are delicious. Love them. Get you some if you haven't already. I have friends come to the house and they say, do you have any extra boxes? We want some. And so I've given a few away. But yes, Cousin T pancakes are delicious.
That's awesome. So I want to remind everybody that while you are still here, 2 minutes from now, President Trump is planning to take the stage. He might be a little bit late, but he's been on time lately. So hopefully he will. Again, it looks like there might be an intro video. Do we have audio on that? Can we zoom in on the video? I'm going to show you guys this.
All right, so we'll let you see this video.
Okay, we want to remind you guys to support our excellent sponsors who keep us on this campaign trail and keep us showing you what you want to see with President Donald Trump. One of those sponsors is My Pillow, and Mike Lindell has been a true patriot. He has been a supporter of Brightside Broadcasting Network for a very long time, and of President Donald J. Trump, of course. And you know, he's fighting the good fight, and there are a lot of legal fees that he has to pay. So please, if you feel compelled, support Mike Lindell. His code used to be up to 66% off on your entire purchase with promo code RSBN, but now it's up to 80% off on RSBN. So get that extra deal. If you need to do a Thanksgiving refresh for your house, get the slippers, get the dog bed, get everything, and head to mypillow.com/RSBN and get that up to 80% off. And now we will tell you about our next sponsor, Trump Shirt.
Yeah, so the Trump shirt is super cool. We love being patriotic and showing off how much we want to support President Trump. Get your Wanted for President t-shirt as a welcome bonus to join the Trump T-Shirt Club. This is a great t-shirt that you can wear proudly, and also a great gift that you can give any Trump supporter. Last time these shirts sold out in 3 hours after announcing it. So we don't know how long this deal will be over. So visit mytrumpshirt.com and claim yours today. That's mytrumpshirt.com. Get your t-shirts today. They come printed and shipped from New York. So you will be supporting a U.S.-based patriotic business. We also have a Trump book for you, with President Trump leading the Republican candidates for 2024 by a wide margin. His chances of becoming president, again, are looking good. So now's the time for you to make sure your kids learn about the achievement of the president, as well as his vision for America and his plans to make America great again. Go ahead and get your free Trump book at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. Free Kids Guide to President Trump. All you'll have to do is pay a small fee for shipping and processing, but hurry, this guide has been flying off the shelves. Again, go to freetrumpbook.com. Mike Huckabee and his team put this guide together. Also, of course, Birch Gold, with the demand for the dollar weakening, the buying power of the dollar weakens. That's why Birch Gold Group is busier than ever. Investors and savers are looking to harness the power of physical gold held in a tax-sheltered IRA. So what can you do to protect your money in the future? All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898 for your free information kit on gold. Thousands of happy customers, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, countless 5-star reviews. You can count on Birch Gold to help you navigate transitioning an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Again, that's Birch Gold. Text the word Trump to 989898. Packed house here in Palm Beach, Florida for the Club 47 USA event. Tickets sold out within minutes. The VIP section sold out under a minute, one of the organizers told me. So people, Grace, anytime you go to a Trump event, whether it's a club that's inviting President Trump to speak or one of his rallies put on by his team, the people just show out in numbers.
Absolutely, they show out. They're here right now. We have thousands of people in the room. The energy is contagious. People are excited to see the 45th, soon to be 47th President of the United States, and it's excellent to be here. I'm always thankful to be here and be speaking to all of you guys, and we wouldn't be here without your guys' support. So I wanted to give you guys one final reminder before President Trump takes the stage momentarily here. It could be any moment now. So make sure you thumbs up our broadcast, send it to all of your family and friends. Make sure they are tuning in right now. It is 7 o'clock. You should be off work now, unless you work extra long hours. And if you do that, go ahead and put your AirPods on, listen to our rally. Even so,
we won't tell your employer.
We won't tell your employer. Yeah. So share this with everybody you know. Follow us on social media at RSB Network. And one last reminder, please support us directly. Platforms like YouTube take a big cut from donations that you send there. If you are still sending super chats to us, so please, you can mail a check to us. You can send it to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. That address is also on our website. If I said it too fast for you guys, I'm from the West Coast, so I might talk a little too fast, but you can also donate directly on our website at rsbnetwork.com/donate. All of that money is used towards keeping us afloat. It's keeping us going to these events, as well as our wonderful sponsors, Trump Shirt, Trump Book, Birch Gold, My Pillow. Mike Lindell has been a true blessing to RSBN. I don't know if we'd be here today if it were not for him, and he's going through a lot of battles right now, and he's going through emotional battles, spiritual battles, legal battles, first and foremost. So please support him and keep his factory open. Keep the My Pillow shop going. It would be such a shame if any of it had to go away one day because not enough patriots stayed in the fight with Mike Lindell long enough. So head to mypillow.com/RSBN and you can get up to 80% off your entire purchase. That's a steal. That is an excellent deal. And I know that all of us at RSBN have our favorite My Pillow products. It might be a dog bed, it might be the slippers, it might be the Giza Dream Sheets, but there are so many great products, and with Thanksgiving right around the corner, Christmas right around the corner, you don't want to be unprepared for those things. The world is crazy nowadays, but feel at home and feel comforted by My Pillow, code RSBN.
Yes, Mike Lindell is a wonderful patriot. Again, just support him because he's supporting us. And like Grace just mentioned, we don't want anything happening to his factories or his business. And we know the left is attacking him as well. And so we have to stand behind him, keep him in business, keep him afloat as he continues to fight the radical left and how they're attacking him. The legal fees that were just mentioned are adding up for Mike Lindell. And so in order to pay those off and to keep fighting the radical left, he needs us to support him. But again, he's right there with President Trump. Here you have two men, two successful businessmen who the left is attacking and trying to bring them down. And all they're trying to do is keep America great, save our country, true patriots. And similar to Donald Trump, when Mike Lindell walks into a rally or an event, the people go crazy.
They go absolutely crazy. I've never experienced such a mob as I've been with Mike Lindell. People just swarm him everywhere. He needs like his own private security team to walk him through these events. So I know that you guys have that support in you, and just thank you for supporting him and us over the years.
Yes, absolutely, and keep it up because we need you. Mike Lindell needs you, and also President Trump needs you. Whenever I get down and I see all these attacks against him, and I'm thinking, oh, now what? And then I see him come out and he keeps fighting. He gives me that energy. There's a spark in him that transfers over to me, and I hope it does for you as well. But don't lose hope. And that's what's so important about these events is the people here, yes, they may be struggling in their own ways. And you name it, all of our struggles may be a little different, but a lot in similarities as well. But we're not losing hope. These people are hopeful for a better 2025. They're ready to keep fighting for a better America. They're ready for this man to come in and save our country. They said he's proven his record for 4 years. He needs to finish the job for 4 more years, and they believe President Trump is the only man who can do so.
Absolutely. And programming notes, President Trump will be back in Iowa coming up on Monday. So it'll be another doubleheader. I forget the exact cities. I think one of them is Clive, I want to say, don't quote me, but it is on our website, so head to rsbnetwork.com to tune in for that. And there are also several more events on the radar coming soon. They're not set in stone yet, but as soon as they are, we will be able to announce them here. President Trump he has such a heavy focus on Iowa right now, and he is polling so well there. He is not stopping at anything to make sure that he wins that state. It is a first in the nation state. Its primary, I believe, is in January. So it's a very important state. If you're in the Hawkeye state, please share this broadcast and show everybody what President Trump has to say and what his agenda is. I think a lot of people still have the idea of what 2016 Trump was or 2020 Trump. We're going into 2024 Trump, and it is a whole new brand.
It is. It really is. And if you are in Iowa, I know I was there just last week for one of his rallies, and they had to stop at a certain point because the line was so long. They couldn't let the organizer said there might have been at least 1,000 more people in line that they couldn't get into the venue. So what that said is that these women and men are working hard to caucus for Iowa and to get these people either registered to vote or to get involved. And they had forms for these people to fill out, but since so many were turned away, they couldn't get to those people. So they were a little disturbed that there was still a lot of people they couldn't get to. So my point is, make sure if you live in Iowa or for any state of that matter, make sure you're registered, make sure you're involved, make sure you're ready to caucus and get the candidate of your choice voted in. President Donald Trump leading the way in all the states. So make sure that when those days come around, if the Democrats want to cheat, make it very hard for them to cheat.
Very hard.
Yes,
Swarm
and
the polls, as President
swarm
Trump
the
would
polls,
say.
absolutely. And so we just have to do it. And another person, Grace, who I love to follow is Scott Pressler.
Oh yes,
on social media,
he
is
such a great job.
So big about going out and getting people registered to vote and flipping counties from blue to red, and just following him and see how successful he is in his journey. It's people like Scott Pressler, people like you at home. If it's just one vote, that one vote matters. So just make sure that you're ready to go when election season comes around, because we've got to save this country.
Yes, and if you've never been to a rally, go. Just go. Go while you still can. President Trump is about to hold a lot of them. He's been doing a lot of these small campaign stops in small locations here and there. If you've never been and you live in Iowa or any of the surrounding states, just go. It is so much fun. Don't be nervous or anything like that, because once you get there, people have described it as being like church in a way. It's like, you go there and everybody's like-minded, everybody's supportive of you. You can talk to anybody and they're just so willing to just turn to you and say, hey, yeah, I love President Trump, but where do you live? Hey, neighbor, it's just such a nice community feeling. And I know Iowa is very close to home for our own CEO and for Mama Seals, who is behind the scenes running the moderators right now. But so Iowa is also a very important place in our hearts. But beyond Iowa, we are also probably going to head to Pennsylvania pretty soon. Trump is looking really good in Pennsylvania. There was just a bombshell poll that came out showing that 2024 hypothetical presidential general election, that is 2024 hypothetical presidential election, and it would be Donald Trump polling with 45% against Joe Biden 36%.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. That is a 9-point lead, which is huge for that state. If that pans out even close to that in the actual general election, President Trump wins, no doubt.
Yes, and so this, according to the interactive polls, which we follow, and so polling looking good. President Trump sitting pretty right now when it goes into 2024 as we go into the fourth quarter of the year 2023. So it looks like we have a long way to go, but at the same time, it'll be here before we know it. So get ready for 2024. It's going to be a long ride and hopefully a fun ride. And President Trump will be okay with all of his legal battles facing him. But we knew from the beginning this would be a witch hunt since he came down those golden escalators, and they're continuing to do anything they can to bring him down. But it's up to the American people to help him stand back up and keep fighting every single day. Grace mentioned some events that we're covering coming up. And again, you can follow us on social media, all of the platforms. Share. Get the word out as we head into 2024, because the more people that know about RSBN and our network and how we're on the campaign trail fighting for a better America, and that we're here speaking the truth about faith family, freedom. The more people that know that, the merrier, the happier that we'll be and that you can be at home. So just share our posts as well. You can follow me on Instagram. I'm there at Vanessa Broussard News, and I'm also on Truth Social at Vanessa Broussard.
Vanessa, you do such a great job. I'm so glad that you told them what your handles are.
Thank you.
Mine are Grace Saldana. You can find me on everywhere, Twitter, Instagram, I probably use the most, and Truth Social at Grace Saldana, Saldana. But also, I have a challenge for everybody watching right now. Twitter, also known, well, now it's called X, so formerly known as Twitter. Follow RSBN. We are only 60,000 people away from 1 million. Help it become our first social media platform to reach 1 million followers. I know Facebook, we have 1 million followers, but we only have 900-something thousand likes. So it's a little different, but help us blow up there. Go and give some love to our X account at RSB Network and Truth Social as well. That is President Trump's platform. He posts there all the time. He posts all of his favorite articles, many of which are Right Side Broadcasting Networks. We have excellent writing team. Summer Lane is she's our associate editor here. She does an excellent job writing op-eds. So does the rest of our op-ed team, Elad Hakim, so many more. So go follow our news, RSB Network everywhere. We will bring you the top news that you care about, that the mainstream just won't focus on. We'll tell you about the polls, what President Trump is saying, what is new about his agenda, and most importantly, I know you guys care about the most, is rally announcements, Trump event announcements. We will tell you every time President Trump is heading somewhere, whether we're covering it or not. Some events are closed press, and we can't do anything about that, but we will let you know that it's happening regardless, and more often than not, probably 99% of the time, we are able to cover those in full and bring you this coverage that no other network can. No other network can go live for hours before President Trump even hits the stage. They have to go to commercial, they have to go to their other segments and shows that they run. We intentionally make sure that all of our programming is focused around President Trump's remarks. So follow us. We've been doing a lot of special coverage lately in the motorcades as well, which is very fun. Tell us, comment on YouTube and Rumble. Tell us about what you think about that motorcade coverage, and tell us if you would like to see anything else. Would you like to see us ask certain questions? Give us your feedback. We're open to feedback, and we always want to make things better for you, the viewer. It is you guys that keeps us going, and we appreciate all of your support.
Absolutely. Look at these people. They are on their feet. Some people even standing on their chairs, ready to see President Donald J. Trump. He is in the building. We are waiting for him here at the Club 47 USA dinner. Evening event. 3,500 people. This is the biggest Trump organization in America. And it doesn't matter where you live, even though they are based in Florida. It doesn't matter where you live. They said you can become a member too. I live in Texas and I'm a member, so it's club47usa.com. Go sign up. They also have newsletters as well. It's a great organization to be a part of. Everyone loves the Lord. They love our country. They love President Trump, and they just want to save this country. Join them at club47usa.com. It says Florida is Trump country. The momentum behind President Trump as we head into 2024 is amazing. The MAGA movement is like nothing I've seen in my lifetime. In fact, I was asking my mom just the other night, have you ever seen anything like this in your lifetime? And she says, no, absolutely not. The MAGA movement is historic. It's amazing. It's vivacious. It's eager, hopeful, loving. Everyone here smiling, and that's what you see when you come to these Trump events. Everyone's smiling, they're happy. As Grace mentioned, it's almost like you're going to church. You all have this love for one another and love for the country, and everyone just hopeful and happy, and they believe, and we all believe, that if we work hard and we stick together and we fight, we can save this country. So again, just moments away from President Donald Trump taking the stage at 7:17 here on the East Coast. Hope you're having a great week as we head into the end of the work week. We want to talk about what's going on in Washington, D.C. I know that there is a vote supposed to be happening soon for Speaker of the House between Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan. President Donald Trump has endorsed Jim Jordan. State Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene says she's going to nominate President Trump for Speaker. Our Brian Glenn was on stage just moments ago for the panel, and he told the crowd if he was in the House of Representatives, he'd nominate President Donald J. Trump for Speaker, and the crowd went crazy. They agreed. So we'll see what happens when it comes to what's going on in the House of Representatives as we await a new Speaker of the House. Also, big news coming out of Arizona. Kari Lake announcing this week, just yesterday, that she is running for Senate. She will be campaigning for Senate, and President Trump came out immediately endorsing Kari Lake, saying when he wins and gets back into the presidency, into the White House, he needs a strong Senate. And it's people like Kari Lake that he needs by his side. Immigration's out of control, as you know. We talk about it all the time. Wide open borders. We're watching what's going on in Israel, Pakistan, Ukraine, Russia. What's going on in the Middle East? Who is in America right now? We just don't know. The Biden administration has let in over 2 million illegal immigrants since he came into office. We are getting swarmed. We don't know where these people are. We don't know who these people are. We don't know anything about them. And our fear right now is that some of these Hamas terrorists are in our country planning for an attack. So keep your head on a swivel is what Dan Bongino says. Stay alert. Fight. Stay armed. Protect yourself. Protect your family. Because this Biden administration has left our country wide open. Also, looking at the price of gas. If you're watching right now, let us know how much the price of gas is in your area. Gas prices are going up still. And I was just reading earlier that they may go up even more with what's going on in Israel. So we'll see how that goes. Grocery prices have doubled, if not more than doubled. People can't afford food. People can't afford to eat. Put food on the table. They're working 2-3 jobs just to try to make ends meet. A lot of people in credit card debt as they just start paying for everyday life necessities and essentials on their credit card, and they can't pay off those credit cards. People are struggling. This is the outcome of a Biden administration. So again, we're waiting on President Donald J. Trump here to come on stage. 7:20 Eastern Time. Having a great time with Grace Saldana this evening. So good to see you. You're living in Florida now. What's the vibe like here in Florida as we head into 2024? What are people saying?
About the election? I couldn't tell if you said crime, sorry. The people are excited about the election. I see a lot of contentious signs being posted around town where I live in Central Florida. I see varying things, but I think it's overwhelmingly pro-President Trump. I think Floridians want the 45th president to become the 47th. He's done a lot for Florida. He's done a lot for everybody. The same policies that Floridians like from their governor are the same ones that President Trump is going to implement on day one of his presidency. So I think that it's overwhelmingly positive, and it's a very conservative state. I have talked to very few liberals here. Everybody's at least like somewhere on the right of the spectrum. So it's interesting.
Yes, that's so good to see here coming from Florida. And so, again, we love to hear from you during the broadcast. That's why the channels are open for you to chime in. So tell us what gas prices are like in your area, grocery prices, and also what the vibe is like in your state. What are people saying about the election coming up in 2024? So just a lot going on, and we're happy hopeful and ready to kick things off. I don't know, whenever the clock strikes midnight on December 31st into January 1st, I won't even believe, hey, we're actually in 2024, because when Biden took office, it felt like it was so far away.
It did.
But now it's right here at our door.
It's flown by. The Trump era has just every day flies right by us. I'm like, where does the time go? But it's a good feeling to have, I think, because it's just an exciting time for politics. It's like, this is the true revival of the conservative movement after so many years of establishment presidents like Bush, like Obama, like others prior to them. But yeah, it was a big revolt when people elected President Trump in 2016, and the establishment just couldn't take it. They could not handle it. Liberal minds exploded, if you will. That's what became famous online. But I think that the same feeling is happening right now for 2024. We're coming off a bit of a slowdown. People are coming back from summer vacation. Their kids are back in school. They're back to work. They're looking at their phones. They're seeing what is going on in this country. We have a flag right over here. I don't think we can see it because there's cameras blocking it, but it says "Finish the Wall, Trump 2024." We can't show you now because there's cameras right next to us. But it's so true, and it's really interesting how the Democrat narrative has shifted on the border ever since red states started sending illegal immigrants right back up to liberal cities like Chicago, New York, San Diego, LA. All of a sudden, the Biden administration quietly wants to start rebuilding the wall. They want to continue Trump's wall, which is, I don't know how that's not getting more media attention, but President Trump weighed in on Truth Social today and said he's just trying not to get impeached. And I think that's exactly what it is. I think that if he loses the support of the far leftists that have been elected in these cities like New York, like Mayor Eric Adams, then he's not going to win re-election, and that is not what they want. But it just shows you what they'll do to stay in power. They don't really care about how illegal immigration or inflation or all these other pressing issues are affecting Americans. They care about keeping control. It's all about control for them.
I agree. And, President Biden almost had to make a move, because if the Democrat governors and mayors are saying, okay, we're overrun now, do something, he almost had to do something. So what could he do? Okay, we're going to finish the wall. What, 20 miles? Right. When you look at the grand scheme of things, what's 20 miles? Well, we'll take it, but the entire wall needs to be built. The entire wall needs to be finished. We need to have a vetting system. These people cannot just keep storming into America. They need to come in the right way, the legal way, and be good, law-abiding, hardworking citizens like you and I are. That's how America was founded. That's how we were made. That's how we want it to continue. We don't want it to be overrun by, illegals who we don't know who they are, and bringing in guns and drugs and fentanyl that's killing our communities and our children. It's just out of control.
It is out of control, and it's crazy when you start to look into the cartel aspect of it, and you see how they're trafficking people into America with these, they track people with these wristbands. They say, okay, you have to go over, you have to pay us back. And how are they going to pay you back? They can't legally work in the United States, and that's another point I want to get into in a minute. But first, they can't legally work in the United States. So how are they going to make enough money back? They're going to be owned by the cartels. The cartels are right across the border. They have a lot easier access to the United States. They know all the loopholes. They know how to get in. So it's really just going to create a more permanent underclass than already exists in our country. We already had a big underclass of illegal immigrants that were working under the table, and it's a big problem. And it's not fair to those people who are not citizens. They can't legally vote. They can't get, I don't know if they can even get legal housing. They're trying to make it as easy as possible now to get them things like driver's licenses and stuff like that, but it's just not fair. And all the kids coming over that know nothing about the culture, they don't speak English, they have to go to school. So many reasons why it's not fair to those people. Why can't we just make our citizenship process better? Why can't we reform that so that people are not flooding in to the United States at the rate that they are?
That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be that hard. It should be an easy process. This is how it's done. This is how we're doing it. And if you're not doing it, you're out.
Right.
If you're doing it, you're in. So I've heard from so many people who have come to the United States legally, went through the proper process, have started their own businesses, are very successful. Congratulations to them. Love seeing these people come into America succeeding at their businesses. They just want a better life for themselves and their children. Completely understandable. I love it. I'm so proud of them. However, they're not happy with what's going on because it's unfair.
Right.
So not only is it the aspect of who are these people, it's unfair. Why did we have to come in the right way and you're letting all these people come in the wrong way? So it should be an easy system. It's not. Sometimes I wonder, who did we put into office? Like, who have we elected into office? Because there's so many state leaders, and sometimes I feel like the most common sense item, thought, it just takes, it's a complete, it's all over the place. It's a circus.
It's a circus, and I think part of the problem is that we have so many problems right now. It's like, what do you focus on? What is the highest priority? What do you have to do for your donors? We're so controlled by fundraising in this country, and obviously there's a need for that to get exposure and all that, but I think a lot of people get office not expecting the requirements and expectations that are on them from their donors, not just constituents. So it becomes an appeasement of how do I keep the voters satisfied with me versus how do I do the most for the voters. Right. And it's not an excuse, but I think it's a reality that is it's a problem in America.
Absolutely it is. And so we have problems that need to be fixed, and I think America knows that. America's waking up, and we're ready to get those problems fixed. We need better people in the House and the Senate, and of course we need a better commander-in-chief. That's a no-brainer right there. And so yes, 2024. Can't get here fast enough. We're excited about it. All right, coming up at 7:30 Eastern. Thanks for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. President Trump is in the building, meeting in the back with supporters, and so he should be coming out any minute now. The people are on their feet. They're cheering. They're happy. They're ready to hear from the president.
They are happy to hear from the president. And right before we get started, we might be getting into an intro right now. It looks like we have some RSBN fans right behind us. But we want to remind you all to please go ahead and support My Pillow. Mike Lindell is an amazing man. He's going through a lot of struggles right now, unfortunately, and please help him stay afloat. You've helped us stay afloat for so long. Please give some love to Mike Lindell and go to his website, mypillow.com. Check out the new sales going on. They're offering up to 80% off your entire purchase. That is huge savings. I honestly don't even know how they offer savings so huge.
I don't know either.
Especially with all the things they're facing and how they've gotten kicked out of the big box stores and all of that. It's incredible. So please support Mike Lindell with code RSBN on mypillow.com. One of my favorite moments of dealing with Mike Lindell was when he took us on his jet.
Nice.
He was so dedicated to supporting RSBN that he offered up his own private jet to help us get from one location to the next. We were covering a March for Trump bus tour back in 2020, or it was late 2019, somewhere around there, to support President Trump, and there was President Trump announced a rally or something like that, and it was going to be logistically almost impossible for us to get from where we were in Georgia. I think we were at the Valdosta rally up to Michigan or one of those states way up there that we would have had no other way to get to had Mike Lindell not offered to take us on his jet at no cost. It was crazy. He's such a generous man. So please be a little bit generous to him and support him with code RSBN on mypillow.com.
Yes, and Mike Lindell is a patriot that is so loved by so many because he helps America. He loves America. Another successful businessman that doesn't have to do what he does, but he wants to get the word out. He wants to fight. He wants everyone to know that we can save this country. And like Grace just mentioned, that's why he said, you know what, you don't have a way to the next event, I'll bring you, because he wants the word out by anybody that will listen and anybody that will watch. He wants to make sure that we're there and we're getting the word out about the problems that we're facing and also the problems that can be fixed
Right.
with a good president and a good cabinet in Congress. And so Mike Lindell, please support him again. The holidays are coming up. This is the perfect time. Anything you can offer him. He is facing a lot of legal battles right now. They're attacking him. And so in order for him to sustain financially, we need to support him as well. Go to mypillow.com/RSBN. There's a discount, and hopefully you'll do some great shopping and we can help save Mike Lindell.
And like you mentioned, President Trump is also a businessman who has risked everything to get into politics, not just to get into politics, but that's an understatement, to save America. He really believes in the American people, and he believes that he can take America back. And we here want to urge you to go to DonaldJTrump.com to support his campaign. Volunteer. Get out and volunteer. I think it's very interesting. We're way far out of 2020 and all the events that happen there. We won't go too much into it because of certain platforms, but you shouldn't be afraid to go out and get in person with fellow volunteers and help re-elect President Trump.
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to step out of the way here because there are people. I'm loving all of the outfits, and we like to show you all of the people who come out, who they're patriotic. We have a wide array of people here tonight. We have people who just came in shorts and a patriotic Trump t-shirt and a hat, and we have people here in sequins, and they're all dolled up. Everyone looking great. But there's one thing that everybody has in common. No matter what they're wearing, they're all wearing a smile on their faces. They are happy. 3,500 people here to see the president, who is backstage meeting with donors and supporters. He will be in Iowa again next week. He does have some more events planned that have not been made public.
Is tuned in on this beautiful Wednesday night in West Palm Beach. It is the evening, so yeah, get this stream up and comment, like, subscribe everywhere on all of our platforms. So many of you ask all the time, are we on Truth Social? Are we on Gab? Are we on Getter? We're on pretty much all of them. We are on Facebook, Twitter, Getter, Gab, Truth Social, Telegram, and Instagram, TikTok. I know many of you don't like TikTok.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
And I'd love to get to know you. All right, 7:37 here on the East Coast. People are standing up. They're waiting. We're showing the crowds here.
Vanessa, what is something that the viewers might not know about covering Trump rallies or behind the scenes at Trump rallies?
I think that from the time you park until the time you take off, everyone is so nice. We talk a lot about the people that we meet, but we don't talk about the Trump team or the organizers of the event. When you go to get your press pass or you ask someone where can I get water or whatever the case may be, everyone is so nice. And that's what makes the job so great as well. I was talking a minute ago about how wonderful the job is, meeting all these people. But it's just they feel like a family, you know? It's one big family. Work in March or April of last year, and just getting to know the people, the security, Trump's team. They're at all of these events, and when I go home and I see my real family, I can't wait to go back on the road and see my second family, because everyone becomes like a real family because you're together all the time.
Even people that, yes, definitely on the road, and the cam ops and the talent, everybody is so great to work with. But the viewers, we have several people just waving at us. They're just hanging out with us, and I don't even have to know their names. I don't even have to know who they are or talk to them to know that they are like family to us. I think that many of our supporters from the very beginning are like that.
Absolutely, they are, and I love them. And in fact, there was a family that I met at a Trump event in Miami last November, and we hit it off immediately. And now every time I come to Florida, they pick me up at the airport.
Oh, that's
and
sweet.
So they did. So today they're here. Hello to the Ferrer family. They're here watching, and they're just great. And so that's my point, is that you meet so many people, and this has become like another family to me. They've even come to Texas to visit me.
That's sweet.
So you just meet all of these wonderful people. And so when we say connect with us on social media, that's what it's all about. You know, we stay in contact. They pick me up from the airport. They picked me up this morning, and we're going to go have dinner afterwards. And so I just love all the people. America, you know, we talk a lot about the bad, but America has more good people than it does bad people. It has more, it's good versus evil, right? We hear that all the time. There is more good in this country, thank God, than there is evil, and so the good will prevail. I firmly believe it.
I totally agree with you. I think another thing that people might not know is how hard the Trump team works.
They do work hard.
And how loyal they are. I've seen the same guys running Trump team logistics for years now, and they're all excellent. Justin, Philip, they're always here. Danny, everybody's always doing such a great job, and we really appreciate it. It makes our jobs a whole lot easier when we have as much communication as we get from them and all of that. But enough of all that, because you guys are really just here to see President Trump, not to see us, right? So
right.
He's probably set to take the stage momentarily. He's about 40 minutes behind. I don't have a logistical update for you guys yet, but while you're waiting, please like and share this broadcast with everyone that you know. We can talk about how great President Trump is doing, but we all know about that. But for good measure, let's talk about the polls.
Yeah, the polls are great. President Trump is sitting pretty right now. So we love what we're seeing. We hope those numbers continue to go up. And surprisingly, Grace, I'm surprised I haven't seen more Republicans dropping out of the primary. And so I'm expecting any day now that we might see some people start dropping out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not taking too many sides here or anything, but I did recently see that DeSantis dropped below Nikki Haley in one poll. in one state. And that just says a lot about where everybody is at right now. The overwhelming favorite is President Trump, and I really think that for unity's sake, which is something that the Republican Party and conservatives in general need so much more of, they need so much more unity and loyalty, that they would just drop out and put their support behind President Trump. At this point, there is no way that they can recover, and I don't know why they continue to stay in the race.
I don't know why either, but if you just look at the numbers, and then you also look at the debates, people are watching, for example, Trump on Tucker on X, which is formerly Twitter, and so people are more focused on going to a social media platform than watching a mainstream media outlet. It's easier, I guess, to just turn on your TV and there's the debate, but people made that extra step to go specifically watch President Trump, and his numbers were millions more than what cable news received. So people are not so interested in what's going on with the other candidates. They want to know what Donald Trump is doing, what Donald Trump is saying, where Donald Trump is going. Donald Trump is just, again, magical. So he's this businessman that when he walks out, people are just in awe of him. There's no really words to explain the feeling you get when he walks into the room. And the same thing when he's doing the interview, like when he did the interview with Tucker the night of the first debate. You just are tuned into everything he's saying. I mean, I turned my cell phone on silent. Tell people, do not call me, do not text me, I will not answer. I want to hear what Donald Trump is saying. And that's just the type of person he is. He's just, you're so drawn into him. And you can't be taught that in school.
Right.
You're born with that. And Donald Trump was definitely born with that charisma and that the intelligence that he has. And so I think these other candidates, they're smart. Vivek Ramaswamy, I mean, he has made a name for himself. I hope to see more of him in the future. And I believe that this is the beginning of his political path. He has done well. People like him. He's a very likable guy. I just don't know if this year is the year for him. But yes, I'm expecting to see more people dropping out as we hear people chanting USA.
Some right side fans, and they're super excited, chanting USA. I think you guys have a perfect shot of them right now. They don't like the fake news. And Vanessa, I think that one thing the viewers like more than ever is when President Trump does something new or goes somewhere new.
So they are fired up here in Palm Beach, Florida, where President Trump lives. Mar-a-Lago, not too far away. So yeah, I mean, he didn't have to travel far tonight. Yes, and so, but again, Club 47 USA is
Let's get out of the way so they can see.
Huge organization that has really taken off. It used to be called Club 45 when President Trump was the 45th president. They changed the name to Club 47, and it is the biggest Trump organization in the country. People from all over have signed up to receive emails, and it's a movement of its own. Club47USA.com is the website to go to. Go ahead and join if you haven't done so already. They say they are a Trump country right now. They are excited. They're happy. They are wearing their patriotic colors. Trump country is what they're. We love you too. Thank you. Women for Trump signs. Trump 2024. People sitting on their chairs. Finish the wall. Trump 24. So I love seeing all the patriotism here. People who are putting their foot down saying, we will not let this country go. We will fight, and we will fight to keep our country. 7:45, President Trump was supposed to take the stage at 7 o'clock. He's running behind tonight on this Wednesday evening. He is here in the building. He usually has some songs play before he comes out, and we're hearing those songs right now. So when those songs start playing, we always know that it'll be any minute now that President Trump comes out on the stage. As we look at the crowd, I want to talk about what's going on in Israel right now. Just a reminder that it's very heartbreaking to look at the images coming out of Israel. What we know so far is that 22 Americans have been killed, 17 have been unaccounted for. The White House saying that they're expecting those numbers to increase in the coming days. This is day 5 of the war in Israel. Again, 22 Americans have been killed, 17 remain unaccounted for. The White House saying they're expecting those numbers to grow. Heartbreaking images 5 days ago coming from Israel. And as I was getting ready today, after I landed and went to the hotel room and I turned on the news and I saw more devastating, heartbreaking, unbelievable images coming out of Israel that will just haunt me. One of those being blood splattered all over a little child's bedroom as they were laying in bed. Blood covered the sheets and the walls. These gunmen, these terrorists showed no mercy going in, slaughtering families, slaughtering children. It's just disgusting. Evil, evil, evil. We pray for the people of Israel. We pray for the families. We pray for the souls that were lost. And so we need a leader who will bring peace to the Middle East, peace to the world, peace to America. And we believe that man could be President Donald J. Trump. Also going on in Israel right now, no water, no internet. The Gaza power plant has run out of fuel. Unless you have a generator tonight, you don't have any power. The Gaza power plant has run out of fuel, so they have no water, no internet, no fuel. Now, the good news is the Iron Dome, which was struck in the initial strikes, has been doing a great job. It's now intercepting missiles coming in from the Hamas terrorists. So we've been seeing video of that, of the Iron Dome intercepting these missiles coming into Israel. The U.S. has sent extra military aid to Israel. Good news there. Iran has celebrated the attack. If you remember, Joe Biden sent Iran $6 billion recently, funding this war. The White House is denying that's the case. They are saying that this attack was planned beforehand, that there's no way they could have used that money in this war. But sure they did. Sure they did. Again, 22 Americans dead, 17 unaccounted for. Death toll right now stands at 1,200. Prayers for Israel. So that means what's going on here in America. A lot of fear that could happen, or something very similar could happen here in the coming days, coming months. Over 2 million illegal immigrants have been released in the U.S. during the Biden administration. And they have failed to remove 99% of them. Listen to that number. 2 million illegal immigrants have entered this country. Where are 2 million people? Who are these 2 million people? What are they doing? Where are they from? Who are they associated with? 2 million people, and 99% of them have failed to be removed by the Biden administration. Scary days ahead, America. President Trump promising that he will make sure if you're here illegally, you're getting sent back to where you came from. If you want to come to America, come in the legal way. Work hard, pray hard, do good by faith, do good by your family, do good by your country. Be a good, law-abiding citizen. Come in legally. Other news, we're still waiting on a new House Speaker. Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise going head-to-head in that matchup. Who will be the leader of the House? Trump has endorsed Jordan, quoting Jordan being strong on borders, military, vets, the Second Amendment. If you remember, President Trump awarded Jordan the country's highest civilian award, the Presidential Medal of Freedom Award. That was when he was in office. So we'll see what happens. No vote can be made without a Speaker of the House. So we are waiting for a new Speaker of the House. Some of Congress says they will nominate Donald Trump. That includes Marjorie Taylor Greene. Continuing to watch gas prices. We're hearing that what's going on in Israel may raise gas prices even more. We'll see what happens there. Let us know on social media, how much is gas fuel in your state? All right. They're playing the party music now, Grace. When this music starts going, the people start getting excited. They start dancing. And that means President Donald J. Trump is just minutes away from taking the stage. You can hear the crowd right now. Take a look. People are jumping on their chairs. That's how excited they are tonight. There is no party like a Trump party on a Wednesday night. We're glad you're joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard. Grace Sedana is here. Brian Glenn's in the house. If you missed it earlier, he was the moderator of a panel on stage. We've been having a great time here in Palm Beach, Florida. Great music playing, people dancing, holding their signs, taking pictures, taking videos, selfies. They're excited. And the music is dying down. People are getting excited. Let's see if President Trump is coming on stage.
Is everyone excited? We're about to see the greatest president this country has ever known. The 45th president of the United States, and soon to be the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
This sounds like political presidential talk to me, and I know people have talked to you about whether or not you want to run. Would you ever?
But, you know, I just probably wouldn't do it, Oprah. I probably wouldn't, but I do get tired of seeing what's happening with this country, and if it got so bad, I would never want to rule it out totally, because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings, and we're not.
Inflation in the U.S. is now at 6.5% higher in December compared to a year ago.
A state of emergency at the Texas border.
We turn to the other news this Sunday night and to the somber homecoming for the 13 brave Americans killed in Thursday's attack at the Kabul airport.
You're a golfer.
Yeah.
Why don't you just play golf? Why would you want to give up a great life and go back to that hellhole?
Because I love the country.
Donald Trump wins the presidency.
Crews break ground on a new section of wall along the U.S.-Mexico border.
We have seen month after month of solid job growth.
And we are going to make our country great again. But you are going to be so proud of your country, because we're going to turn it around. I just told them I've got to come over and see the fake news. Let's go. We will bring back our jobs. We will bring back our borders. No challenge can match the heart and fight and spirit of America. I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down. My fellow Americans, our movement is far from over. In fact, our fight has only just begun.
Be advised, the president is en route.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
There ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Well, thank you very much. Wow. And I want to say a very big hello to Club 47. Incredible people. It's great to be back with thousands of loyal friends, incredible supporters, and true American patriots. The love in this room is absolute proof that this is not just a campaign. This is a movement. It's the greatest political movement in the history of our country. The greatest. And when we win next November, it will be an epic political earthquake, the likes of which the world has never seen before. I want to thank Club 47 President Larry Snowden. What a great job. As well as Treasurer, where's Sue? Did she leave? She's right over here. Sue. Sue, thank you, Sue. Sue Snowden, Vice President Linda Stock, Congressman. Oh, wait a minute. We have a big celebrity here tonight. And I'll tell you something. He's great, and he loves this state. Congressman Matt Gaetz. Where the hell is Matt Gaetz? Where is he? Hello, Matt. That's pretty good, Matt. And much more importantly, Ginger, his wife Ginger, his great wife. Thank you very much. Thanks, Ginger. A great gentleman, also a friend of mine, Palm Beach County Commissioner Michael Barnett. Michael, wherever you may be. Michael! Florida State Representative Rick Roth. Thank you. Thank you, Rick. Along with so many amazing influencers and patriots, including Bruce Lavelle. Where's Bruce? Oh, Bruce, I love. He just said we're going to get 44% of the African American vote. That would be nice, Bruce. I think we maybe can do it. A great friend of ours, a great friend of everybody in the room, Siggy Flicker. Where is Siggy? You are unbelievable. And your husband, by the way, is a great gentleman. Thank you. What he has to put up with. Oh, I don't know how you do it. Sarah Carter. Sarah, thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. A friend of mine for a long time. He's been with us, I think, from the very first day in 2015, actually, before the win. Terrence Williams. Terrence, where's Terrence? Thank you, Terrence. Great. Nice hat, Terrence. That's the new hat. That's it. Roseanne Barr, who had the #1 show on television. Where's Roseanne? Where is Roseanne? I love Roseanne Barr. Look, you skinny. You're so skinny. You look so beautiful. She had the #1 show on television. And I'll tell you, they just couldn't stand it, could they? Huh? They couldn't stand it, but everybody knows that that show was a monster. 28 million people. She doubled and tripled, and they took heat. You know, if they had 3 million, they'd be happy if it was the right person, but you are the right person. You're fantastic. That was a great, great show, and we appreciate it. Thank you, Roseanne. Special. Another great friend, Gina Loudon, Dr. Gina Loudon. Thank you, hon. Thank you. Right from the beginning, right, Gina? I think Gina, right from the beginning. Somebody who's extremely shy, but really talented, and she's going places. Laura Loomer. Where's Laura? Laura. Where is Laura? She doesn't like the sanctimonious. She doesn't like the sanctus. Two very, very special people to me, and they should be. Eric and Laura Trump. And you know, Laura just did a country single, and it's one of the top songs in the country. That's pretty good, I tell you. She's fantastic. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much. From New Hampshire, there's nobody better with the vets than this man. He's been, again, I would say, for right from the beginning, before I even announced, he's just a fantastic guy. Al Baldessaro. Al, where are you, Al? Great guy. He's so good with the vets. They love him. The Born to Ride 45 Motorcycle Club, and these guys are tough and they're smart and they don't like what's happening to our country at all. Please stand up, all of you, when you've got the most beautiful bikes I've ever. I wanted to grab one of those bikes and I wanted to ride it. I was going to ride that Ziggy. Thank you very much. I want to thank all of the motorcycle groups. We have like 100%. I think we have 100% with the cyclers. They like Trump. I don't know why. I haven't been too strong on the motorcycles. I looked at one of them the other day. I said, no, you keep riding it. But we're with them all the way. They came to the White House. We had 600,000 come to the White House. And they are really a force, and they're great people, and they love our country. Kaya Raychik, also known as Libs of TikTok. Do we know that? Kaya, thank you very much. Thank you, darling. Thank you very much. We had a lot of fun at Mar-a-Lago. And another one who's incredible. These are influencers, and they really are. They've got a lot of power. Rogan O'Handley. DC Drano. Do you know DC? I love DC Drano. Rogan, thank you very much. Where's Rogan? Thank you, Rogan. And so many other people. Nancy, thank you for being here. Thank you very much for being here. You've been a supporter right from the beginning. I appreciate it. And Lindsay, thank you very much. Great lawyer, great attorney, done a good job for us. Thank you, Lindsay. Appreciate it. And thank you, everybody. We have so many people out there. We got to start talking about what the hell we can do about our country, right? Because we got a lot of problems. We had no problems, and now we have a lot of problems. To think how low we've gone. I also will thank, and before because we can never forget these people, the outstanding volunteers, supporters, including Belinda Kaiser, Diane Evans, and Jeff Nicky Hughes, who are former New York Democrats turned Trump supporters. We have a lot of them. They were strong Democrats, and now they're all Trump supporters. And we have a man who's 103 years old. He's the oldest veteran of World War II. I looked at him just a little while ago. I shook his hand, took a picture. He's better looking than I am, and I think he's just amazing. Bruno Gallerani. Bruno, where are you? Bruno Gallerani. Thank you very much, Bruno. It's 103. Where is he? Incredible. I'm telling you, he looks much, much better than me. You could have been president, Bruno. With the help of everyone here tonight, 96 days from now, we're going to win the Iowa caucus, where by the way, we're up about 48 points or something like that. Then we're going to win the New Hampshire primary, where we're up 51 points on DeSanctimonious and the whole group. These people, you know, the debates were there goes Fox. They're going to turn it off. The debates were the lowest rated debate ever in the history, because everyone knows what the result is going to be. I don't want to say it too strongly, because you never really know, do you? But they had the lowest rated debate in history. We're very proud of that. In the meantime, we were working with the auto workers. We were doing rallies all over the place. And the level of support that we have, I don't think we've never seen anything like it. Bigger than 2016, bigger than 2020. I think we can say that, right? I think we can say it. Bigger than 2016. I've never seen anything like it, because they see how grossly incompetent these people are that are running our country. They're running it into the ground. We're not going to have a country pretty soon the way they're going. But we're going to win the South, and we're going to win South Carolina. We start that. That'll be next. And we're way up where we have a former governor, Bird Brain. We have, remember, I will not ever run against our president. He was the greatest president of our lifetime. I will not run. That was Nikki. I will not run against him. 3 months later, I've decided to run. Bird Brain. And Tim, who's a good guy, Tim Scott, is running. And yet, despite that, we're up 54 points. Can you imagine that? 54 in South Carolina with a great governor. We have a great governor there. Henry McMaster, he was supportive of me right from the beginning. In fact, I thought Nikki would be, and I got the best. I got a man who's been a fantastic governor of South Carolina, Henry. We're going to win a lot of other things in a lot of other states, and then we come down to Florida, where we're leading numbers nobody can believe. We're leading by 58 points. 58 points. No, not the future of the party. That was, remember, he always the future of the party. I don't think so. MAGA's never going to forget. You know, when you get somebody elected, you don't run. You just say, no, I'll wait for another 4 years. I'll wait. And it's a thing called loyalty. And all of my people backstage, they said, sir, nobody cares about loyalty in politics. I said, I think they do. And he came to me, Ron, he came to me, sir, he was at 3%. Think of it, 3%, and the Secretary of Agriculture, Adam Putnam, nice guy, but I didn't know him, he was at 44%. Other than that, it was a very close race. Adam Putnam had $32 million. Ron had 32 cents. He had nothing. I said, Ron, if I was George Washington or Abraham Lincoln and I came back from the dead and I combined, I couldn't get you elected. You're finished, man. It's not working. 3%. He said, sir, you're very popular in Florida. If you endorse me, I think I can win. And I didn't know Adam Putnam, so I said, what the hell? Let's just do it. I took a little flyer, then I endorsed him. He went up 71 points in one day, and then he won the primary, and then I held rallies because the hottest politician in the country happened to be, as you know, he turned out to be a crackhead, but these are minor details. He was the hottest in the whole country. It was Stacey Abrams, female, and this young gentleman. And Ron said, I won't be able to beat him. I said, you will, because we'll do rallies. We'll do a couple of rallies for you. We did. We had unbelievable crowds turn out. I said, you're going to win. He said, I don't think so. And he won. He won. Then 4 years later, they said, will you run against the president? And he said, I have no comment. I said, no comment. You know what that means, Sue and Larry? That means yes. So we hit him very hard. People said, please don't hit him, sir. He's a Republican. I said, I don't care if he's a Republican. We're going to hit him. And he didn't have a lot of political skill, to put it mildly. And now he's falling, like I said the other day, falling like a very badly injured bird from the sky. And in one state, he's actually in 5th place. He's in 5th place. This has not been a good situation. I think he blew it in 4 years. You never know what's going to happen. But in 28, I don't see it happening. I don't see it. But I can never forget, because that's great disloyalty. I have others that were disloyal. Most are great. But we have some other people. One happens to be a governor of another state, not too far away. And, you get these guys elected, and then they say, I'll run against them. And we don't like that. I don't think the room here likes that, do they, huh? I don't think so. But he started off hot. He was losing by a lot. And, we got more votes, by 1.2 million votes, than he did. I don't know. Nobody ever talks about that. We got, in fact, Gina, you mentioned it to me, we got 1.2 million more votes than Ron DeSanctimonious in the state of Florida. And nobody ever says that. The press, the fake news, that's a lot of fake news back there. But they never say that. The only way they'll do it is if I say it. You might as well say it yourself, because they're never going to say it. Next November, we're going to win the White House. It's going to be one of the greatest triumphs in the history of politics. Making America great again will begin with making America strong again and making America safe again. Under my leadership, the world was peaceful and calm because America was respected. The president was respected. I dealt with the strongest people in the world. They were smart. They were streetwise. They respected me. I respected them. They had different viewpoints. That's certainly true. But they were afraid of America. Today, they laugh at our country. They laugh. With crooked Joe Biden, you have chaos, bloodshed, war, terror, and death. Look what's happening today. Because the occupant of the White House is a laughingstock. All over the world, America's enemies cannot believe how lucky they got. They got real lucky. Every monster, villain, dictator, and terrorist, and there are plenty of them. I know most of them. I got to know a lot of them. All over the planet, they're having a field day because they know they will never have it better than they do with Crooked Joe, who in many cases receive money from those countries. I wonder what that's all about. Do you remember during the debate with Chris Wallace, how's he doing? He's not doing too well. I said, I want to ask him a question. What is it? How come he received $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? He got $3.5 million, and he's going, but Chris Wallace saved him. You shouldn't ask that question. That has nothing to do with anything. Well, about 2 months ago, it became the biggest subject. They're trying to figure it out now, and I will tell you that Jamie Comer and Jim Jordan and the group, they're doing a very good job. They found out things that nobody can believe. And Matt Gaetz, too, by the way. Where's Matt? Matt is in there. He's strong and tough and smart. 3 years ago, you went from the, I shouldn't be saying this, but what the hell? You went from the strongest president this country has had to the weakest president you've ever had. But soon you will go from the weakest president you've ever had back to the strongest president you've ever had. We have so many problems. We have so many problems in our country. You remember during the debate, I don't call her Crooked Hillary anymore. I use that now. I never like to use the same so I took it off, Crooked Hillary. That was one of the best days in her life. I understand they celebrated. We now call her Beautiful Hillary. She's a beautiful woman. And we used the crooked word for Joe Biden, Crooked Joe. We took sleepy off because I think he's sleepy. He's definitely sleepy, but he's more crooked than he is sleepy. But Hillary Clinton said that she accused me during the debate. With his personality, he's going to start a war. And yet it turned out to be just the opposite. With my personality, there were no wars. You wouldn't have had Ukraine. You wouldn't have had any of them. In fact, it's the first time in 70 years
And on top of everything else, we beat 100% of the ISIS caliphate. We beat them down. Just remember how much safer the world was under the Trump administration. After so many years of beheadings, bedlam, slaughter in the Middle East, we completely obliterated the ISIS territorial caliphate, and we did it in a matter of weeks. We did it very quickly. You know, we have a great military. They're trying to turn it woke. It's not going to happen. But we have a great, I'm not talking about the television generals that don't know what they're doing. I'm talking about the real generals in our military. We wiped them out. We wiped them out in a short period of time. Everyone said it was going to take 3 years. I said, really? I don't think so. I flew to Iraq and I met the generals that were in charge, that I put in charge, and they said, sir, I think we can do it in about 4 weeks. I said, really? Everyone else is saying 3 years and maybe we can't do it. Sir, we'll have time left over, 4 weeks, sir. And they did it. They knocked the hell out of him. We killed the founder of the ISIS movement, al-Baghdadi. Remember al-Baghdadi, the biggest of them all? And then we terminated the world's top terrorist, the Iranian butcher, Soleimani. You remember that, the Iranian butcher? He is the one that they call him the father of the roadside bomb. When you see a soldier walking around, a person walking around with no legs, no arms, or a face that's been absolutely obliterated, it was Soleimani that did it. He was responsible for about 94% of the bombs that were made in Iran. I withdrew from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal and imposed the toughest ever sanctions on the murderous Iranian regime. They never had it so bad. We decimated their finance and choked off the money to pay to the terrorist thugs. And look what happened now. I was also proud to be the best friend Israel has ever had in the White House by far. And if the election wasn't rigged, there would be nobody even thinking about going into Israel. The election was rigged, very sadly rigged. But we'll swamp them the next time, and it'll be bigger than anybody has ever seen. Just as I promised, I recognized the eternal capital of Israel and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem and got the building built for slightly less than they thought. It was going to cost $2 billion. We got it done for $500,000. I would say that's good. I said, do we have any used buildings around? Yes, we had a better location. They're going to pay a fortune for a crummy location in Jerusalem, not a good location. Then I said, what do we have? We have a building in a great location, sir. We don't have to pay $300 million for the land. We have it. And there's a building on it, an old building, but structurally sound. I said, let me see. And we worked it out. They came back, sir, I think we can do it for $400,000. I said, man, does that sound cheap? It actually sounds, first time I've ever done this. I said, let's do it for $500,000. Remember, they're going to spend $2 billion on building a building. So crazy. I got it built in 4 months, and we have an embassy that, frankly, if they spent $2 billion, it wouldn't be nicer. All Jerusalem stone. A friend of mine is in an office building in New York. All he talks about is Jerusalem stone. I have Jerusalem stone all over my office. And so when I heard we're building in Jerusalem, I asked our people, so can you get Jerusalem stone, and is it expensive? And they said, it's not expensive, it's Jerusalem. It's Jerusalem stone. We did the whole damn building in Jerusalem stone, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful building. So we got it built, but I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. So we're working on that for 58 years. 58. And with the historic Abraham Accords, we even had peace in the Middle East. We were peace. We had peace. And I fought for Israel like no president in history, but then crooked Joe Biden came along and tossed Israel to the bloodthirsty jihadists. That's what happened. He gave them, no, he wouldn't even call up the prime minister. They called him. It's a very sad thing. When you look at what happened, what a difference a president makes. Isn't it incredible? Just a president. What a difference. The savage attacks on Israel happened for 3 reasons. Biden loosened my tough sanctions on Iran and allowed them to sell massive amounts of oil, making them $80 billion a year. Congratulations. They were making nothing with us. They were going to make a deal. We would have had a deal within 1 week after the election. They were desperate. They wanted to make a deal. The U.S. then gave Iran just a few weeks ago $6 billion as ransom money. You know that, right? 5 people.
Good deal. This is the way we deal. They get 5 hostages. We get 5 hostages. I said, all right. Plus, they get $6 billion. That's not a good deal, is it? And it's used for exactly what you're watching right now on television and reading in the papers. Under my leadership, Iran was weak and broke and desperate for love. They wanted love. They were weak and they were broke. And now they're rich as hell. They got hundreds of billions of dollars. And you have a whole new country. And they're probably 90 days away from having a nuclear weapon. And we have a man who's grossly incompetent, who can't put 2 sentences together. And he's the one that's leading our nation in talks. In fact, until just a little while ago, he was getting absolutely decimated. He never even mentioned the word Iran in any of his talks. Didn't want to talk about it. But nobody under me was allowed to buy oil. I told China, they were the biggest purchaser of oil in Iran. I said, if you buy oil, any oil from Iran, we're never doing business. You have all the stuff that you take out of this country and rip us off. We're not going to do any more business with China. They stopped immediately. No more oil. I said it to India. I said it to many different countries. And they went way down, way, way down. And they had no money. And they wanted to talk. And they wouldn't have done anything. Just like Russia wouldn't have done anything. For 2 reasons. I said, Putin, you're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. I got along with him very good. You know, I actually got along with the tough guys the best. The weak people I didn't get along with. It's sort of a weird deal. But I got along with them very well, actually. But I said, you can't do it, Vladimir. You can't do it. It was the apple of his eye. But he never did, and he wouldn't have done it. I said, don't do it. But you know what happened when oil went to $100 a barrel? And by the way, it's right there right now. Think of it. Biden wants to stop the war with Ukraine, and yet he's created a mess for oil that's so much that Russia will be the first country to ever make a fortune, because once it gets above $60 to $70 a barrel, we're hitting 100 now, and we're going to probably hit $115 a barrel. He still wouldn't have done it. Even if that happened, that would never have happened with us. We were at $40 a barrel. We had, think of it, we had $1.87 a gallon for gasoline. Today you have $5, $6, and $7. But then we had that horrible election, that rigged, horrible election where they used COVID to cheat, and crooked Joe Biden allowed Iran to flourish. They flourished. They absolutely flourished so beautifully. Tens of millions of barrels a month were instantly being sold, with China being by far their biggest customer. They didn't have to worry about Trump anymore, you know. They know what happened in the election. They probably helped the election along. Although I got along very well with President Xi until COVID, that was a step too far. They went from losing money to making $100 billion a year in an instant. That's bigger than the $6 billion, but the $6 billion was so obvious. How stupid are they? They became rich and powerful, and then there were the trade of the hostages. I said 5 for 5, but we also agreed to give them $6 billion, which set a terrible precedent, and which they said will only be used for medical and other reasons, our people. And then the leader of Iran said, no, we'll use this money for any damn thing we want. And the Biden administration didn't want to respond to that. Now, a terrible precedent was set. You know, when you start paying for hostages, I got back 58 hostages, including from North Korea, which is tough. We never had to pay a dime, because if you have to pay for hostages, the precedent is set. And now we paid $6 billion for 5 hostages. Remember what they say, the number one phrase out there, and again, I mean, you can look at it, the fake news looks at it, oh, they're trying to prove me wrong so much. Trump was right about everything. They even have a hat that says Trump was right about everything, and I don't make the hat. And unfortunately, we're the most corrupt and incompetent president in our history. We're closer to World War III than anyone can understand. There's never been a time where we've been closer. We're inches away, and we have a man that literally can't speak. He can't get off a stage. The other day, he tried to get off a stage. Now, look, I'm up here now. There are a lot of people. There's a lot of television going crazy. There's so much. I'm up here.
But you know, when I'm finished, I'm going to look over there. I'm going to see an exit. I'm going to look over there. I can take that one. And what I can't do is walk through the back wall. Then he turned her. Did you see the other day? Thank you. You know what happens after about 20 minutes, the stuff that he's taking wears off, so it gets a little groggy. Gets a little bit groggy. They say, get him off the stage. That shit's wearing off, man. Get him off. No. And I'm sure that the cocaine that they found in the White House, that I'm sure, I feel certain it had nothing to do with Hunter and Joe, by the way. Here, Dad, have a little of this stuff. It's going to liven you up a little bit. Can you imagine they found a stash that you wouldn't believe, and nobody laid claim to it? That was forgotten, just like the laptop from hell was left at the office, right? He didn't want to pick it up. Wouldn't it have been great if he went to that shop and he said, I'd like my laptop, please? Be a different world, wouldn't it? Huh? They have every single crime listed. You know, the father said, son, Hunter, I love you very much. What's on the laptop? Is there anything bad? What's on? Dad, I hate to say this, every single crime that we've committed is on the laptop. I don't have that with this guy right here, with Eric. The $6 billion was a tremendous amount of money, but nothing compared to the hundreds of billions of dollars that Biden allowed them to make in oil and other things. Hundreds of billions. They became a rich nation in 3 years. That's why they're doing this. They have so much money, they don't know what to do with it. They had no money. They were broke. And then there was the inevitable attack 4 days later, which I predicted. And then 2 nights ago, I read all of Biden's security people. Can you imagine? National defense people. And they said, gee, I hope Hezbollah doesn't attack from the north, because that's the most vulnerable spot. I said, wait a minute. You know, Hezbollah is very smart. They're all very smart. The press doesn't like when they say it. You know, I said that President Xi of China, 1.4 billion people, he controls it with an iron fist. I said, he's a very smart man. They killed me the next day. I said he was smart. What am I going to say? But Hezbollah, they're very smart. And they have a national defense minister or somebody saying, I hope Hezbollah doesn't attack us from the north. So the following morning they attacked. They might not have been doing it, but if you listen to this jerk, you would attack from the north, because he said that's our weak spot. Whoever heard of officials saying on television that they hope the enemy doesn't attack in a certain area? Now, unless it's a con job. But you know what a con job is? You're waiting there ready. You want them if you want them, but they weren't ready. They weren't ready. You know, say what you want. Israel was not ready. This was a big surprise. This was a terrible thing that happened. They weren't ready. But if you wanted them to attack because you've got 1 million people there with guns and you're going to blast the hell, then you do exactly. But they didn't have that. They didn't have that. Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, even bragged just days before the attack that the Middle East seems to be quite quiet. That was good. They really, honestly, what they've done, it's a shame. You look at the world with all of the problems in this world. We had a country, we had no inflation, we had no Russia and Ukraine, we had no Israel problems. We had the strongest economy in history. We got you the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country. Think of it, biggest regulation cuts. We had the most people employed. We had something that nobody else had ever done. We had one of the most successful presidencies in history. We rebuilt our entire military. We didn't have Afghanistan. I was taking them out, but we were going to be taking them out with dignity and with pride and tremendous success. Instead, it was the worst, probably the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. The press doesn't talk about it. The media doesn't talk about it, but we talk about it. Most embarrassing day in the history of our country. Crooked Joe must take back and freeze the $6 billion right now. Take it back and freeze it, Joe. Freeze it, Joe, you dumb person. Dumb person. Freeze that money, Joe. He doesn't know what the hell money I'm talking about. Freeze it, Joe. You know, it's not too late, because supposedly it's doing a transfer, and that takes a little while. He can freeze the damn money. What they did is unacceptable. In addition, Biden must immediately halt all funding to corrupt Palestinian entities that support these savage terrorists, which, if you remember, I stopped it because we were paying them about $750 million a year to the Palestinians. And they were really nasty. They were saying that death to America, death to America. And I heard about this. I said, are we actually paying them money? Yes, sir, we have for many years, sir. How much? About $750 million to the Palestinians. That's a lot. And I said, if they say anything again, we immediately stop it. Within about 2 minutes, they happen to say something, you know. Death! We want death for America. We want death for Israel. And so I stopped the money. And we would have had a deal with them, too, because I stopped the money. And I said, until we have a deal, I'm not negotiating. And I moved the embassy. That set them off a little bit, but they were okay with it, you know. Remember when I did that? Every president promised they were going to put the embassy in Jerusalem. Every single, for decades and decades. Clinton said it, Bush said it, everybody said it. Nobody did it but me. Nobody did it but me. Because, you know, I was called, once I got to office and once they heard we were even thinking about it, I was called by every leader in the world practically. Please don't do it, sir. Especially in a certain part of the world. Please don't do it. They said, please, sir, do not do it. So what happened is I went out and I got a lot of calls from heads of state, from kings, from presidents, from prime ministers, because they heard I was going to do it. So I said, I don't like telling people no. I tell them I'll call them back on Monday. And they call up the head of, I don't want to use any names, the head of a big, powerful country is calling, sir, wants to talk to you about that deal, about the embassy going to Jerusalem. Because, you know, I could see why the other presidents didn't do it, because it was tremendous pressure. I said, tell them I'll call them back. This was on a Thursday. I'll call them back on Monday at sometime in the afternoon. And I had about 15 people I had to call back. And on Monday morning, I approved it. Then I called them back. Hi, what's going on? Hey, how you feeling? Everything good? I called you about this, but it's too late, sir. You've already done it. Oh, sorry about that. Otherwise, it would have been very tough. And you know what? There was no problem with it. Everybody said, oh, it's going to be a disaster. No problem with it. But I kept my word. I said I was going to do it, and I got it done, Larry, right? So we got it done. There wasn't any games. And when I'm back in the White House, we will cut off every penny of Palestinian terrorists. And they don't even cut it off. They don't cut the money off. They keep paying them. It's like with the World Health Organization. We paid $500 million a year. That's peanuts compared to some of the numbers, the stupid numbers that you see. I saw so many stupid things. I said, who makes these deals? So the World Health, WHO, with COVID, with all the problems, they were way late. So we paid $500 million a year. Let's say we have 350 million people. We have no idea how many people we have because they're pouring in at a level that changes every hour. Millions and millions of people are pouring in. But let's say we have 350 million, probably a correct number. They say 325, but probably they have no idea who's here. And bad ones are coming in. China has 1.4 billion people. So China pays 30 million a year. We pay almost 500 million a year. And I said, what the hell is that all about? So I got out, and I got a call from the head of the World Health Organization, the doctor. Sir, we want you back very badly. It's such a horrible precedent when you get out. I said, number one, we pay too much. Why are we paying 500 million and China's paying 30? Well, sir, we'll reduce it. How much? They said, we'll take 250 million off. I said, that was quick. This is just like a phone call. I said, no, I don't want to do it. How about we'll take it down to 100 million? I said, wow. Except I got such support from people like you, not from all people, but from people like you that are smart and practical. So I sort of didn't want to do it. And then I said, would you make it so we pay the same 30 million that China pays? Yes, sir, we'll do that. And then I left it anyway, despite that, because it was so bad. I left it. And then the other day, and everybody knew it, the other day I read where they went back into the World Health Organization for the same price as they were always paying, 500 million. Now, they read the papers. They could have seen we could have come in there for peanuts. And you know what? That money, as much as it is, $500 million, it's nothing compared to the billions and trillions of dollars that we waste. But it's emblematic of stupid people, very stupid people. It's emblematic. They could have done it for 30, or they went back, I guess, for 450, whatever the maximum amount that we were paying. Under my leadership, the United States will fully support Israel defeating, dismantling, and permanently destroying the terrorist group Hamas. Thank you very much. And I'm glad it's such, because this is the worst microphone I think I've ever had. I hope you can hear me back there. Justin, don't pay the bill for this mic. I'm blowing out my voice talking to this stupid mic. This is the worst mic I've ever had. Okay, now we'll get back to the speech. I'm trying to get their attention. Turn up the mic. Is it okay? And then I don't pay a bill, and they say, Trump doesn't pay his contractors. You know, it's unbelievable. It's a rotten, lousy mic. The state of it, but it's not my deal. It's not my deal. I have a good mic. I always have. You don't have a good mic, it's a very difficult deal. You walk out for 2 weeks, you're talking, you're saying, what the hell happened to his voice? The state of Israel is a blessing to the world. Our prayers are with them now in this terrible, terrible time. Ziggy, that's great. Ziggy, you're amazing. One of the greatest people in the world, Ziggy. She's got more. Look at her, she's crying. We love her. You got the greatest woman, the greatest wife. Under my leadership, we will stand with Israel 100%, and we will not let them fail. Don't forget, you know, I did have a bad experience with Israel, though. When we took out Soleimani, it was us and Israel working as a group, and we knew where he was. We knew how he was coming in. We knew the plane. We knew everything. We worked on it for weeks, for months, actually, but we worked on it for weeks. And the night before, I don't think this has ever been told. They'll say, oh, it's classified information. Well, maybe it is, but I don't think so. The night before this happened, and by the way, Biden's got a lot of problem with those documents. He's moving them to Chinatown. He's moved them all over. I didn't. And I come under the Presidential Records Act. He doesn't. He doesn't, because he was vice president and he was a senator. As a senator, you're not allowed to do it. As a president, I am, because I come under the president. I can do whatever I want, but I did nothing wrong. And then they go after me, but they don't go after him. But we'll see what happens. But with all of the different things that happened, we took abuse like nobody, and we had to do this because we heard Soleimani was going to be blowing up 5 of our really big military bases in areas all over the Middle East. He was going to be blowing them up. He was a very bad guy, very smart guy, but very bad guy. He was the leader of their military for a long time. In fact, the Ayatollah, they were all afraid of him. I actually think they were happy when this happened, okay? I think they were happy. I remember the Prime Minister of Pakistan said to me it was the biggest event in the history of the Middle East. This is big stuff. This was a big event. He said, I left my office, Khan, a very good man. He left his office. He said, I went home. This was the biggest event in my life. And he was a great cricket player. He was like the Willie Mays, the Mickey Mantle, the Babe Ruth of cricket. He was a great cricket player. He became handsome guy, great guy. He became the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He said, when I heard that he was dead, this was the biggest event I've ever seen, I've ever been involved in. And I left my office and I went home for 1 week and I contemplated. He said, I've never seen anything like it. It was big stuff. This was much bigger than anybody, but we had to do it. He was going to blow up our installations all over, kill many people, many, many people, and wounded people beyond recognition. And Israel was going to do this with us, and it was being planned and working on it for months, and now we had everything all set to go. And the night before it happened, I got a call that Israel will not be participating in this attack. nobody's heard this story before, but I like to tell it to Club 47 because you've been so loyal and so beautiful. And I said, what does this mean? We're working on it with them. Why? They didn't tell us why, sir, but they're not doing it. This was a day before. I said, I don't like that. That's not good. I looked at one of my generals who was fantastic, a warrior. I'm telling you, we have unbelievable military, unbelievable warriors. Just not the guys you see on television. They're real stiffs, real dopes. But these guys are warriors. They don't want to be on television. They want to win fights, okay? They want to win battles. And I said to him, General, what do you want to do? Sir, we can do whatever you'd like to do, sir. We can finish it ourselves, sir, if you'd like. I said, well, do we need them? Not at all, sir. I said, so what do you want to do, General? Sir, we have it under control if you want to do it. If you don't want to do it, we understand. Whatever you say, sir, is okay with us. I said, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Because what this guy did to our soldiers, what this guy did to so many people, including many civilians, including many of his own people, just blew them to pieces by the tens of thousands. Let's do it. And he came on the plane, and we followed him right from the Situation Room. We followed the whole thing, and about 15 seconds later, it was all over, and we did it. But I'll never forget that Bibi Netanyahu let us down. That was a very terrible thing, I will say that. And so when I see sometimes the intelligence, you talk about the intelligence, or you talk about some of the things that went wrong over the last week, they've got to straighten it out because they're fighting potentially a very big force. They're fighting potentially Iran. And when they have people saying the wrong things, everything they say is being digested by these people because they're vicious and they're smart. And boy, are they vicious, because nobody's ever seen the kind of sight that we've seen. Nobody's ever seen it. But they cannot play games. So we were disappointed by that, very disappointed, but we did the job ourselves, and it was absolute precision, magnificent, beautiful job. And then Bibi tried to take credit for it. That wasn't good. That didn't make me feel too good, but that's all right. So they got to strengthen themselves up because they're fighting a big force. And, you know, Iran's got close to a 3 million person army, military. That's big stuff. You know, that's no longer the minor leagues. We had them so in check, they wouldn't do a thing against us. They wouldn't do a thing. They wanted to make a deal so badly. If that election wasn't rigged, we would have had that thing done so fast, and you wouldn't have any of these problems. But you would have never, ever had anybody attacking Israel if I were president. It wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened. And when you look at the death, I mean, hundreds of Israeli soldiers are dead. Hundreds of people in their homes, they were attacked. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Nobody thought it was possible. And so they're going to have to step up their game, and the United States is going to have to step up its game because we're really led by the wrong people. We're led by people that don't know what's happening, and they don't know how to lead, and they're not respected, and it's a very hard thing. But it could ultimately lead to World War III. A man who's incapable, a man who's got virtually no brain, a man who shouldn't be in that position could very well lead us into World War III. And this is weaponry, the likes of which nobody in this room can even imagine. Weaponry that's so powerful that it's the obliteration of the world. It could be the obliteration of the world. And we need our best, and we need our brightest, we need our smartest. And we have, I think, absolutely the absolute worst. You know, Joe, if you go back 30 years, was considered a dummy. He was considered a dummy, a glad hand. He was considered a glad hand. And Ted Kennedy, believe it or not, was a friend of mine. I met him through Palm Beach. They had a big house, a compound. They call it the Kennedy compound. And I had a very nice house also. But I got to know him very well, and he liked me. And I one time asked him, who's the smartest guy in the U.S. Senate? He was a smart guy, by the way, Ted Kennedy, very smart, great politician. And I said, who's the smartest guy in the Senate? And we were friends. I did him a big favor, I will tell you that. Big, big favor, really big. And it wasn't hard for me to do, but it was very big and important for him. And he liked me, and I liked him. I said, who's the smartest in the Senate? And he gave me a name, but I won't tell you because I can't stand the guy, actually. Still around. Can't stand him. I was disappointed to hear that name. I said, who's the dumbest in the Senate? He goes, I don't know, let's see. Probably Joe. I said, who's Joe? He said, Joe Biden. Can you, this is 25, 30 years ago, a long time ago. I think it was one of the early times I've ever heard the name. And that was in prime time for him, but this is in prime time. Joe gave us the war on Israel and the war on American energy. What he did to our energy was we were energy independent. Think of it, as president, I will shut off Iranian oil and I will turn on American oil, and we will drill, baby, drill, and we'll get things back to where they are supposed to be. And in addition, I will immediately begin the process of building a state-of-the-art missile defense shield in America. We need a missile defense shield because we have people out there that are bad people. And, you know, it was our technology. And if you look at Israel, it wouldn't even exist if they didn't have that. It's amazing how incredible they are, Dan Scavino, don't you think? Dan Scavino, ladies and gentlemen, the most powerful man in politics. Stand up. Most powerful man. And all of his friends, they are great. I could go to Madison Avenue, pay millions of dollars, and they don't have near the talent that Dan and D.C. Drano and you, the libs, you. Holy mackerel, what a group of geniuses they are. I go to say, sir, we want $1 million for that campaign or more. And they'd show me a campaign that's so bad. These guys, I'll tell you, look at my man there. Stand up. Most powerful man. Come here, stand up. Not you, Bruce. I'll tell you, they come up with things, DC. They come up with things that are just absolutely incredible. Nobody can do it. I put a lot of them out. I put them out on Truth. I hope everybody's on Truth, because Truth is where it's at. Truth is where it's at. Truth is really where it's a hot situation. That's incredible, actually. But we put things up that these people do. I don't know. They do it in their bed. They write, draw. The stuff they do, Gina, is so incredible. It's so brilliant. It's so genius. And Dan coordinates things. It's been amazing. We've had a lot of fun together, Dan, but he's the most powerful guy. I say that because I want to keep his fees down a little bit, you know. You've done a great job, Dan. Thank you very much. And you've kept it very interesting. The recent terror attacks are also a reminder of the deadly dangers that we face from Joe Biden's demolition of our own borders here on American soil. Can you imagine what's happening with these people pouring in? Under Biden, the same people that attacked Israel, killing, raping, torturing, and maiming innocent civilians, are right now pouring into our once beautiful USA. I have to say that, once beautiful, because what's happened to our country in 3 years is not even to be believed. But they're pouring in through totally open southern borders, and they're coming in at numbers that are not being reported by the fake news correctly. They're coming in many, many millions, close to 15 million in my opinion. They're flooding in from Afghanistan, Yemen, Syria, Somalia, Iraq, Iran, unscreened, unvetted, and totally uncontrolled. And many of them are young men, young, strong men. They're not a lot of women. They're not bringing women. They're men. I said, look at all the men. What's going on here? And I look at what's happening in Israel, and I say, are they looking to do the same thing over here? They're also coming in from China, vast numbers of people, men coming in from China. We will be paying the price for years to come if we don't get them out immediately. Under my administration, you not only had the most secure border in history, we have to get them. We have to get them out. We're going to have the largest deportation movement in the history of our country. We have no choice. I also gave you a very strong, powerful travel ban to keep jihadists, extremists, and radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country. We want them out. And it worked. And it worked. So we had 4 years. Did anybody notice any problems? We had no problem. You're going to have some problems. If we don't win, this country is going to be fire hell. It's going to be in big trouble. We had no problems. Think of it, for 4 years. I would never talk about it during the term. I'd say, we went 3 years. We have no problem. The last thing I want to do is say, oh, we went 3 years, and then something horrible happens, a World Trade Center tragedy or something. We had no problems. We were tough, and we kept them out. We don't want our people killed. We don't want our shopping centers blown up. We don't want the problems that some people bring. You take a look at what's happening in other countries. When we get back in, I will immediately reimpose the Trump travel ban on entry from terrorist countries. And we will make it even stronger, although it can't get a hell of a lot strong, I'll be honest. It was very strong. I took a lot of heat over that one. That's not nice. Yeah, that's not nice. Well, blowing up our shopping centers isn't nice either. Upon my inauguration, we will quickly seal the border and terminate every open borders policy of crooked Joe Biden. And we will carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. It's amazing how the microphone got so much better. That sometimes you have to shake people up. But that includes getting all of the illegal aliens from countries that hate us, that hate our values, and sending them back to the places from which they came. We'll send them back. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Instead of keeping terrorists and terrorist sympathizers out of America, the Biden administration is inviting them in. You know why? Because he's got a boss. Who's his boss? Barack Hussein Obama. Barack Hussein. Barack Hussein Obama. Remember the great Rush Limbaugh? Barack Hussein Obama. Here you go, Barack Hussein Obama. Hello, Lee. Unbelievably, the corrupt Biden Department of Justice recently invited an Iranian-backed judge from Iraq to visit our nation's capital. Isn't that nice? He couldn't have been too impressed with our capital. It looks like shit. No, have you seen what they've done to it? And we're doing a federal takeover of our capital. We're going to put it back into condition. We're going to stop the murders that are happening every day. We're going to stop all of the murders, all of the crime. We're going to polish it up. We're going to put in brand new limestone where the limestone's been destroyed. We're going to make that capital the most beautiful capital again in the world. Even though I'm being tried for something, I haven't figured that one out. I don't even. Oh, they're trying me because I said something about the election, I think. They want to say that, well, first of all, that's an easy one to win because that was the most corrupt election, and we have such proof of it. But they're trying me. And the jury comes from Washington, D.C., and I want to do a federal takeover of Washington, D.C. to stop the crime and to make it great again, to make it magnificent again. I used to do it in real estate very well, and this is just a large real estate deal. We want to make it gorgeous again. You look and you have graffiti on those beautiful marble columns, and you have tents all over the place. You have tents, and the homeless, we got to take care of the homeless. But they can't do it there. They can't be in our beautiful parks. They can't be resting at the base of the Washington Monument and making it so that nobody wants to go there anymore. Nobody wants to go there anymore, and they're very unsafe. They're killing people every night. You're reading the other night, 3 people shot. Just shot. Nobody wants that. We're going to take over the capital, Washington, D.C. I've been saying this for a year and a half, and we're going to get rid of all the crime. There will be no crime there. There will be no anything, and it'll be spit-shined. It'll be shined up beautifully, and you'll be proud of it again. And then I'll be tried by people that live there. They'll say, I don't like this guy. This guy wants to take away the capital. No, I want to make our capital great again. We're going to make it beautiful again. The Biden Department of Justice recently invited this Iranian-backed judge from Iraq to visit our nation's capital. And after that, the foreign judge issued a warrant for my arrest for blowing up the #1 terrorist in the world, Soleimani. So he came in. He was invited by this incompetent president. Please come in. And he ended up issuing an arrest for they want to arrest me because I killed the #1 terrorist in the world. What I do for you people, you have no idea. You think it's easy. You think it's easy when I call up our great First Lady and I say, First Lady, darling, how are you? listen, I'm going to be indicted today at 5 o'clock. Oh. And she looks at me, she says, again? How many times could that? Or I call up this great young man right over here and his wife, and I say, Laura, Eric, I got a little bad news for you. What is it, Dad? For the fourth time in about 2 minutes, I'm going to be indicted. You know, Alphonse Capone, did anybody ever hear of Al Capone? The greatest of all time, right? The greatest gangster of all time. If you looked at him wrong, he'd kill you. And he'd kill you with his hands. He was a tough guy. He got indicted 1 time. I got indicted 4 times. As you know, crooked Joe Biden and his radical left thugs have weaponized law enforcement to arrest their leading political opponent, me. Not only leading, I'm beating him by 12 points. Wasn't that great? ABC Washington Post comes out with a poll. They pay like millions of dollars. And it shows Trump's up by 11. Now, normally you put it, Trump's up by 11. Okay, not the worst thing, right? It's good stuff. We all happy. They said Trump's up by... We disavow the poll. We disavow it. They said, ladies and gentlemen, why did they just not issue it? It would have been... They spend so much money on it. But we're up by 11, and they say, we disavow this poll. This poll is not correct. It can't be correct. Oh, my gosh, please don't make it correct. You know why? Because we want to put these people out of business. These are corrupt people. They're horrible people, and they know we're not playing any games. We got rid of Comey. We got rid of a lot of bad people. We got them out. A lot of bad people. We were doing the rest, and then we got hit with COVID, a gift from China. This is high-level election interference. This is all about election interference. I'm up by 11 points. I'm up by 67 points with the sanctimonious, but they don't care about that one. But they want to damage the person that they're running against. Because if they can damage him, even a guy like crooked Joe Biden could win. They cheated the last time. This is a new form of cheating. This is like a banana republic. Banana republics cheat, and third world countries cheat like this. They do that a lot. Election interference. They try and smidge. They try and do things. Now, and I will tell you, there's a fact. I am the only politician in the history of the world that got indicted, and my numbers went up 25%. It's true. It's true. In fact, I called my people. I said, how bad is it? I get indicted. I call them the next morning. How bad is it? Tell me. How bad? They say, sir, you're up 25. I said, what? Say it again. Usually when that happens, you know what they do? They go to the microphone, like within 3 minutes of getting their subpoena and their indictment. They go to the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going back to my family where I will fight for the rest of my life to clear my name. To hell with that. You know I'm innocent. And that's the nice thing. These are made up. I call them Biden indictments. They're not indictments. They're Biden indictments. These are crooked people. I did that mugshot for Atlanta, and they also control the local AGs, and they control the DAs. I did the mugshot in Atlanta. I don't think I've ever made so much money in my life, that mugshot. No, it's a terrible thing. Honestly, it's a terrible thing. So if I win, that would mean, and I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't do it, but that would mean, okay, there's somebody, a Democrat running, he's hot, doing great, and we're going to run and we're going to beat him. I call my top people, my law enforcement people, and I say, indict him. What? For what? You can't indict. You can indict anyone. Indict him. He walked across the street wrong. He went through a red light. Indict that guy. And he gets indicted, and now he's officially out of the race. It's a disgrace. What they're doing is unthinkable. It was never supposed to happen. And in fact, almost everyone said nothing like this could ever happen. I heard they looked at 2 more, and the Department of Justice said, no way. Don't do it. Don't do it. Please don't indict. Because every time we go up 5, 6, 7 points. But it's a terrible thing that they are able to weaponize the Justice Department, the Attorney General, the FBI. It's a terrible thing. And I'm pleased to report that the latest poll in Florida, we're crushing them by numbers that you wouldn't even believe. We had one poll that reported so much that we can't really give you a number. That's pretty good. That's a lot. But while DeSantis has been flying around the country setting fire to his reputation and destroying the reputation, frankly, of Florida, all he's doing is campaigning. You know, when Chris Christie did that, they threw him out of New Jersey. Chris Christie, there's another beauty, Trump derangement syndrome. He's got a major case of, what are you going to do for the country? I don't like Donald Trump. I don't. You know why he doesn't like me? Because I never gave him a job. That's why I didn't like him. Because I never trusted him. I don't like Donald Trump. No, he's got Trump derangement syndrome at a level that nobody's ever seen before. He could be worse than Biden. But Florida's in the midst of an insurance crisis like never before. And this guy's flying around wasting his time because you know what? When you're at a level of 9, 8, and now you're in third place and fourth place, and in one case he's in fifth place in one particular place. He's in fifth place. You got to be back here fixing the insurance because the insurance is a real problem in Florida. Insurers are fleeing. You're paying sky-high rates. Seniors are getting squeezed, and families and businesses are being forced to leave your state. They're leaving. Insurance costs have more than doubled under Ron DeSanctimonious while he's raised millions and millions of dollars from insurance companies. So he gets money from the insurance companies that he's supposed to be watching so he can run for president and make a fool out of himself because he's got no talent. He's got no skill. You know, one thing about running, you do need a little bit of a personality. And he's got no skill. It's been a terrible thing to watch. Actually, I love it. Now Florida families are getting clobbered while he's off in his failing campaign. But it's a failing campaign for all of them. They ought to stop, have another debate. They're doing one more debate, and let them have the debate. Nobody's going to watch it. And then they ought to get together, and we got to beat Joe Biden and these people. I mean, it's enough already. And it's time for Ron DeSantis to hang it up. You know, it's very interesting. Branding is a beautiful thing, proper branding. And the other day he was being interviewed by, I think, NBC, very straight interview. And the announcer goes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to have Governor Ron DeSantis with us. My name's DeSantis. They didn't play that. My name's DeSantis. They called him Ron DeSantis. I said, am I a good brander? I'm a pretty good brander. It's pretty crazy. We get back here, we have to take care of the people of Florida and their insurance and other problems who are really being neglected. You have a governor that's never in the state. He's up in Iowa. He's at all sorts. He's in New Hampshire. He goes to South Carolina where he's not even registered. He doesn't even register in the polls. Instead of spending hundreds of millions of dollars attacking me and the MAGA movement, all of the money DeSantis is wasting should instead be used to defeat crooked Joe Biden next November. It should be used. Then let him take a shot in 28. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. The radical left Democrats rigged and that's what happened. They rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we are not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. We want our country to be great again. We want to save our country. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. Thanks very much. I'm being indicted for you. I'm being indicted for you. I wonder what my father looking down from heaven says. I wonder what he says, looking down from heaven. My son just got indicted 4 times. But he was smart. He'd get it faster than anybody. In New York State, the radical left liberal Democrat judge made a statement this morning. I have another trial going. This is a civil trial, which we did absolutely nothing wrong except build a great company, much greater than the statements say, which is interesting. They have no case. But he said, Trump doesn't get a jury, whether he wants it or not. They're having a lot of fun with me, you know. He doesn't get a jury. Think of it. I'm the only guy get a trial without a jury. It's the first time they've ever used the statute. You're not entitled to a jury. That sounds fair. It would not have helped to make a motion, he said. It doesn't help to make a motion, and there is no box checking. You know, normally you check, do you want a box, do you want a jury? But there is none. But he said Trump does not get a jury. There is no box checking. And I have a trial going on, and I don't get a jury, because if I had a jury, I'd win the case very easy. I think even though it's a, considered pretty liberal area, I think I'd win the case it's a very simple case. I did absolutely nothing wrong. It's a political witch hunt. And the crooked Attorney General of New York, she's a real beauty. Letitia James, I call her Letitia Peekaboo James. Peekaboo James. No, they used a statute that's never been used before. And this statute is so horrible. It's actually meant for totally different things and never used. And under the statute, you don't get a jury trial. Can you imagine? So I'll have a politician, Democrat, who's a judge. I sort of like him, but I don't think I probably will after the trial is over. But can you imagine that? You don't get a jury. This is communist Russia. This is a communist China. Nobody's ever heard of a thing like this. We don't get a jury. It's unthinkable. But they use this one little statute hidden away where I don't get a jury, I don't get anything. But the good news is we have such a strong case, and maybe the judge will be straight. Otherwise, I really do believe they'll overturn it. We've won a lot of appeals on that case, and it's very interesting. But I have to go through this stuff. And let me tell you, if I weren't running, or if I was in 5th place, or 6th place, or 4th place, none of this would be happening. I wouldn't have been indicted 4 times or 1 time, and I wouldn't be sued all over the place for anything. Anything we can do, let's sue them. If I weren't running, or if I was doing poorly, I would have absolutely no litigation. But when you're beating the so-called President of the United States, when you're beating him by so much, and when you're beating all of these Republicans, they're angry too. They do things that you never know. But you have governors, senators, you have all these people running. And but if I wasn't doing that, if I wasn't going to try and help you and straighten out this country, I didn't need this. I had a very nice life. You can ask the great Eric Trump. I had a very nice life, beautiful places I could go, have a good time, nice. Instead, I sit in courtrooms and campaign, but I sort of love it because we're doing something. We're saving our country. It's so much more important. We're saving our country. We're saving our country, and I love doing it. I love doing it. People ask me 2 questions. Sir, could I ask you a question? What's your question? How do you take it? How do I take what? How do you take it? They indict you every time you go on television. They indict you. They indict you for nothing. I mean, you see these indictments. Many of them are just, the legal scholars like Greg Jarrett, who's so fantastic, and so many others. They've been writing these incredible things that there's no case. There's literally no case. The DA in Manhattan, they say there's no case. Even if he was guilty, there's no case. And these charges with this Fannie, whatever her name is, in Atlanta, where they wanted to take down senators, they wanted to take down Rudy Giuliani, the greatest mayor in the history of New York. So sad to see it. It's become weaponized, and it's a very dangerous thing because, it works 2 ways. The Republicans can do that, too. It's a very dangerous thing to do. Nobody thought it would be possible. But never forget our enemies want to stop us because we are the only ones who can truly stop them. That's what it is. They know we can stop them. We're going to stop them. If we don't win this election, our country, I think, is finished. I really do. Remember, I used to say all the time, we will not become a socialist country. We will never become a socialist country. And I was right. We skipped socialism. We went down to communism. We never became a socialist country. At least I was right about that. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. It's very simple. I'm not going to let it happen. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way. It's my honor to do so. Thank you. But think what our country would have been like if the election had not been rigged and stolen. Just think of this. Israel would not now be under attack, would never be under attack. They'd be flourishing, they'd be happy. All of those people that are dead, right now dead, beautiful daughters and sons, fathers and mothers, babies. 44 babies had their heads cut off. Did you hear that, right? Babies, these are babies. They had their heads cut off today. but Israel would be flourishing. They would have no problem. Iran would never have played that game. Ukraine would not be under attack by Russia. Zero chance. Zero chance. Putin wouldn't have done it. I told him, Vladimir, don't do it. If you do it, bad things happen. No way. I don't want to say what I told him, but I said bad things, and I explained the bad things. He said, no way. I said, way. No way. Way. And he didn't believe me, but he believed me 10%. And the fact is, they didn't do it. They never were going to do it while I was there. 4 years, long time. They were never going to do it. We would have no hostile relationship with North Korea. We had a very good relationship with Kim Jong-un. Remember when I met with Obama, which is mandatory when you take office, the two presidents meet, lovely meeting. I said, what's your biggest problem? He said, North Korea, there's nothing you can do to stop it. I said, have you called him? Have you tried to talk to him? No. I said, maybe you should give it a chance before we end up in nuclear war. But I talked to him. We became very friendly. I was a fan of his. He was a fan of mine. A fan in the sense of we got along, okay? You know, they'll say, oh, he was a fan. They'll make it like headline. We have headlined. Trump was a fan of Kim Jong-un. We got along. He runs a country very tough. He's a very tough guy, smart guy. But he has a massive amount of nuclear weapons. But we got along. You would have had, if Hillary got in, you would have had a nuclear war. You would have had a nuclear war. We would have left Afghanistan with dignity and strength and power and pride. And I would not have been it just wouldn't have been, if you take a look at that horrible embarrassment, we wouldn't have had an embarrassment, the greatest in our history, with dead soldiers, American hostages not taken back. You have many Americans over there right now, they can't get out. And they must be living in hell. And $85 billion of military equipment left behind. $85 billion. You know, they're the second or third largest seller of arms in the world. They're selling the 70,000 trucks that we left them. You know, if you had a used car lot, the biggest in Florida, they have big ones. If they have 400 cars, it's a lot. We gave them 70,000 cars, trucks. Most of them had armor plates on. They cost millions and millions of dollars to build. We gave them 70,000. We gave them 700,000 guns and rifles. And they sell them. They sell them. We gave them goggles, night goggles. You know, they're great fighters, actually. The Afghans, the Afghanistanians, they're great fighters. They're very good fighters. They fight for, 2,000 years they fight. I remember when I first came into the White House, they said, sir, it's going to be a rough spring. Why? Well, they fight in the spring. That's what they do. They come out of the caves and they come out of the crevices in the mountains and they fight. I said, no kidding. Do they do anything else? Like, do they go out to a ball game or anything? No, sir, they fight. They're fighters. That's what they are. But they never fought at night because they didn't have goggles. And we gave them the best goggles in the world. Better than our people. Right out of the box. Brand new stuff. Brand new. And I said to these guys, take every screw when we're leaving. We're getting ready to leave. I said, I want every bolt. I want every nut. I want every screw. I want those big hangars for the airplanes. I want them. I want every plane. I want every tank. I want every Jeep. I want everything. We're taking it all out with us. And I'll never forget Millie saying, sir, it would be cheaper to leave it. I said, let me ask you a question, Millie. When you say leave it, you mean if we have a $150 million plane and we could fill it up with a tank of jet fuel and fly it to Pakistan or bring it back to our country, you think it's cheaper to leave it? It might be brand new. Yes, sir, we think it. And that was when I realized he was an idiot. But they left it. And I know what happened. Millie and his couple of guys said to Biden, who was, couldn't stay awake, he said to Biden, sir, it would be cheaper to leave all of our equipment. And they left all of their equipment. And $85 billion worth of equipment. The good news is I rebuilt the military, and that was actually a very small number compared to the numbers that we spent on rebuilding. We built new jets. We had fighter jets that were 48 years old. We would have the strongest border right now in history as we did just 3 years ago. 3 years ago we had the strongest border in history. Millions of prisoners right now and people from jails all over the world are pouring in. They're coming in from the jails and prisons all over the world, and they're dumping them into our country. We have people coming in from mental institutions, from insane asylums. We have terrorists pouring into our country. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. There's never been a third world country that had to endure this. because no third world country would have allowed it. They would have fought them off with sticks and stones. They would have done whatever they had to do. This is the worst border in history. We had the best border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. You go into New York, all over Madison Avenue, there are people sleeping on the sidewalks, sleeping all over Fifth Avenue. You have luxury shop owners closing their businesses. This is true in Chicago. This is true in Los Angeles. This is true in San Francisco. 10 years ago, San Francisco was one of the greatest cities in the world. Today, I don't know, it's very sad to see. And Nancy Pelosi is a big reason for it. She's got, by the way, she's got a wall around her house. It didn't help her husband too much, but it helped her. What the hell was that all about? Has anyone figured that one? What was that all about, Nancy? Tell us. Nancy, give us the word. No, she's a bad woman. Crazy. I call her Crazy Nancy. And she was responsible for security at the Capitol, just so you. We offered her 10,000 soldiers. She was responsible for the security of the Capitol, and she failed. We would have had, right now, and we had the strongest economy in the world, the strongest economy we ever had. And we had it all 3 years ago. Think of it. There would be no inflation. Interest rates would be low. You'd be buying houses right now at great prices. Mortgage rates were setting an all-time. We're at 2.7%. Now you can't get a mortgage. 8, 9, 10, 12%, you can't get a mortgage. We were energy independent. We would right now be energy independent and energy dominant. We'd be selling our energy all over Europe, and we'd be making a fortune, reducing our debt and reducing your taxes. The United States auto workers, if you look at the United Auto Workers and all auto workers throughout the United States, they're under siege with ridiculous electric vehicle mandates because all those cars are going to be made in China, every one of them, because that's where the materials are. And who wants to buy a car that can't go far and costs a lot of money? Can't go far. Doesn't go very far. In other words, you're in a different world right now, and it's getting worse. It's getting much worse, much, much worse. We would be respected again if we were doing what we did so well, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate the support. You know, we used to call this Club 45, and these brilliant people that run it said, "Sir, do you mind if we call it Club 47? And I said, "You do whatever you want," right? And this is a great celebration because in addition to all the people, you maxed out 4,000 people, but in addition to all the people, you have thousands of people outside would love to come in. If anybody would like to give up their seat, it'd be an honor to let you out. Because if anybody was a little bit bored, you know, Trump is terrible. Hey, you know, it's a very funny thing. We get these massive crowds. I was telling Eric, nobody ever said I was a great speaker. We get these massive, you know, the rallies. We get 30, 40, 50, 60. Alabama, we had 68,000. Mo Brooks, he said, well, let's forget about that, and that was the end of him. But we had 68,000 people. Texas, we had 104,000 people. Nobody ever says how great it is, but everybody comes. Nobody ever said, boy, he's a great speaker. That guy's really great. They don't say it. I mean, I got to be. I think it's because I'm so good looking that people sit there and they stare at my beautiful face. They say that guy is really freaking handsome. I could look at him all day long. But crooked Joe Biden and his boss, Barack Hussein Obama, did this to us. They did this to us. They're destroying our country. But we've saved America from all of what's happening, not to this extent, though. But we saved it before, and we'll save America once again, and we're going to save it. We're going to make it bigger and better and stronger than ever before. So here is just some of what we will do as the 47th President of the United States. And we're all doing this together. We're all doing this as a group. I totally will obliterate. We started it very strongly. We got rid of a lot of bad ones in Washington, real bad ones. But, you know, they come back at you, all sorts of things with the fake Mueller report. By the way, no collusion at the end of 2.5 years with Russia. It was so interesting, you know, during the campaign. They started this earlier than my win, but we were doing well. And young staffers would come up to, sir, it's so great to meet you, sir. And I said, nice to meet you. What's going on? Sir, do you have anything to do with Russia? I said, that's a strange question. No, I don't know anything about it. The hell do I know about Russia? We got enough problems. And then 2 months later, another young man came up to me. Hello, sir, it's an honor. Sir, anything you are doing with Russia that maybe we should know about, sir? I said, no, I don't know what you mean. And this happened 4 or 5 times. After about the 5th time, I said, there's something strange going on with Russia. And that was it. And then when she lost, they used that as an excuse for her loss because they were very embarrassed. It was, they say, the biggest upset. I didn't think it was. I did a speech in Michigan. I had 38,000 people there the day before. And she did a speech, and she had like almost nobody. She had like 100 people. So I don't know why it's an upset, but they called it an upset. But they used the Russia. They used that, the fake media used that as a way of justifying her defeat. They used it, and it was supposed to be a one-day story, but it turned out to last for 2.5 years, because it caught on. It caught on, unbelievably caught on. And then Mueller did the report, 18 angry Democrats. They were sick, angry Democrats. And I think I had an angel in the room because they came up and they said, I did nothing, but they would have written whatever they would have written. They're very dishonest people. Look at the J6 committee. Think of it. I mean, take a look at the committee. If you look at this committee, they just put out a report. Think of it. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. And the report, they've just deleted all evidence. So if you are on trial, if anybody's on trial, you have no evidence whatsoever. These are political thugs. These are political thugs. These are bad people. And we'll see what happens because I think it's a disgrace. So what's happened to a lot of people, it shouldn't be allowed to happen. You could take a look at Portland. You take a look at Minneapolis. You take a look at Seattle where they practically took over half of the city, a big part of the city. People were killed. And nothing happens to them, but they went after some people. And it's been very unfair, two tiers of justice. So it's been a very interesting period, but we have to protect our people. We have to protect all of our people. And we have to protect everybody, both sides. But what's happened in this country is very sad. I will totally obliterate the deep state, stop the weaponization of our government, and overhaul the corrupt FBI and DOJ. We're going to fix the DOJ. The DOJ is corrupt. The FBI is corrupt. Before I even arrived at the Oval Office, I will shortly, and right after we win, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. Many people are dying. I did a town hall for CNN, and I did so good that they fired the head of CNN. I love that. They got the highest ratings in 11 years, and they fired the head. You're supposed to be the opposite. They're supposed to say, congratulations, but they fired him. But we talked about all of these things at that town hall. It was actually good. Caitlin Collins, I think she ruined her. Caitlin Collins, right? I think she ruined her career that night. That was not a great night for CNN, but they did get good ratings. That's the good news. But I'm able to say very strongly that I'm the only candidate who can make a promise that's a very important promise, the most important promise that we can have. I will prevent World War III. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And to stop the Marxist prosecutors who release rapists and murderers while persecuting Republicans, conservatives, and people of faith, I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical DA and AG in America for their illegal racist in reverse enforcement of the law. As we restore the border, I will also use Title 42 to end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families in their home and the countries from which they come. On day one, I will repeal Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate. Now think of it. Think of it. Number one, I told you before, they're made all in China, all going to be made in China and other countries, none here. The United Auto Workers auto-endorsed Trump very quickly. For years and decades, they just automatically endorse a Democrat. But we've lost 50% of our automaking over the number of decades. Goes to Mexico, goes to China. Mexico, unbelievable. A lot of it goes to Canada. The USMCA has been unbelievable, what we did with that. But a lot of it goes to Canada. What they've done is so bad. But now they want to do electric tanks. So we have our big Sherman tanks running in. They want to make them electric so they can be friendly, environmentally friendly, as you go in and blast the hell out of a community that they want to blast out. But it's done in an environmentally friendly way. Don't think of it. Now, the only problem is the tank can't go very far. It doesn't have the kind of power they need, but it can't go very far. So they're going to have to put charging stations all up and down enemy territory. These people are crazy, I'm telling you. These people, they want to make electric tanks, and I said, no, thanks. And the other problem is the battery. You know, the battery is so big that you'd have to have the tank towing a truck behind it because the battery is right there. That's a good idea. Then they want to change our trucks to all electric, and I know a lot about trucks and a lot about the industry, and I have a lot of friends in the industry, big ones, the biggest guys, the biggest. They have hundreds of these things, big ones. And one of them said, you know, I've been doing this for 60 years, and every year my truck gets bigger, better. I build these I get these big trucks. They're incredible. Peterbilt, different manufacturers. And I buy a lot of them every year. Owns a lot of them. And one of the biggest, great guy. I won't use his name. I don't want to get him in trouble. But great guy. But they're all great guys, you know. They do a great job. He said, every year my trucks get better. They're bigger, they're better, they're stronger, they go faster, they're just incredible. And if they do the electric mandate on trucks, we will go back 60 years. Because a truck that's top of the line, big, with the big tanks for the diesel, could go approximately 2,000 miles. An electric truck could go approximately 300 miles. It's a slight difference. You talk about supply chain problems, right? So you'll have to stop 6 or 7 times in order to do what another truck is doing. And they don't care about that. The other day I left South Carolina and I visited a big boat factory with a fantastic company. They make hundreds of boats a year. They make beautiful speedboats. And they said that the government now is starting to impose electric mandates on them. They want the boat to be all electric. The problem is the batteries are so heavy that the boat can't float. And they're so big that almost the entirety of the boat would have to be electric. And he said, you know, you asked me a question, sir, that nobody's ever asked me. We're talking about this. They want us to go 2 miles an hour up to 90 miles out. I said, how far does the boat go? About 60 miles. You mean 2 miles? So in other words, these are speedboats. They want them to go 2 miles an hour because they want to protect the whales. Now, in 50 years, one whale was injured by a boat, but the windmills have driven hundreds of whales onto shore. So the windmills are okay, but a boat has to go 2 miles an hour. But I said to him, I said, let me ask you this question. He said he was very honored by this because smart guy. I said, what happens if your boat sinks and you're sitting on top of this massive battery? Do you get electrocuted? He said, you know, nobody's ever asked me that question before. I was honored, you know, because he's been asked every question, Ziggy. He's been asked every question. He said, nobody's ever asked me that. But that's our uncle from MIT. We have an uncle, a brilliant uncle from a great professor for, I think, the longest term ever from MIT. That's where we get that. I said, so what happens? You get electrocuted with the boat's going down and you're like a little bit off the battery. Do you get electrocuted? So am I better off sitting on top of that battery, you're going down, or am I better off jumping about 10 yards over there, but there's a shark over there? And if I had my choice between a shark and electrocution, I will take electrocution every single day. Do we agree? But they want to change boats to all electric, and they don't work. They don't work. And they don't want to hear it. You know, it's like they don't work. In California, they have brownouts and blackouts every single day, and yet they want to go all electric cars. So they want to have all electric cars, and yet they don't have enough electric to take care of the state, which is, by the way, if he ever runs, we'll have so much fun, because that is the worst run state. It's just unbelievable. I watched him being interviewed, and he said, oh, no, California, we're doing great. Up, 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 up. He's going, great, great, great. It's been unbelievable. Up, up, up. The place is getting killed. People are leaving. A beautiful place, though, I will say that. I don't know if he's going to run. And I'm going to be nice to him because he's always been very nice to me. But if we run, we're not going to be nice to him because, you know, because we're going to have to see if Joe Biden gets to the starting gate. I don't know if he's going to get to the starting gate. I don't know that he will. I think he might not. I hope he does, because I think it would be a wonderful thing for America to have a Republican president like me. But we're going to see. Under a Trump administration, Gasoline-fired engines will be allowed, but child sexual mutilation will not be allowed. We're not going to allow people to sexually mutilate your child. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content to our beautiful children. It's crazy. I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or mask mandate. And I will do something that's amazing to me that I even have to mention this. I will keep men out of women's sports 100%. Immediately. First day. First day. Did you see the weightlifting record that was broken by 150 pounds? Did you see that the other day? They have a young woman up. She was a fantastic, powerful woman. And she held records, and she wanted to beat this record, 18. And they took a quarter of an ounce, and they put it on one side. And they took a quarter of an ounce, and they put it on the other side of it. Barbell, thick steel, got to lift it up. And her parents were sitting right where Lee is, right there, Lee. Lee is a big fan of Barack Hussein Obama. I'm only kidding. The opposite. But they're sitting right where Lee is, the great Lee. And they're so proud of their daughter. Look at her. She's so strong. She's so great. And she got down and she was going to do it for mom and dad and the whole country. And she gets it up. I have a problem. I have a wife who she hates this routine. She said it's so unpresidential. But I say people love it. I said, darling, you're a great first lady, but people love this routine. She said, couldn't you do it with less enthusiasm? And I understand what she's saying. But this isn't, I'm very presidential. When we did State of the Union addresses, I did very well. I wouldn't do this routine at a State of the Union address. So I'll do it just a quickie for you, okay, if you don't mind. So she gets down, she goes up, oh. And her parents are just so proud of her. And she's getting ready to make the last move. And she can't do it. And she drops it. And then a guy who transitioned comes over. Have you lifted before? They ask. No, not really. But I'd love to give it a try. And he goes, all right. And takes the weight that she couldn't lift. Boom. Puts it down. Then they add 10 pounds. They add another 10. They add another 10. They keep adding the damn weight. She couldn't do a quarter of an ounce on each side. And I believe he broke the record by approximately 150 pounds. I think that's pretty tough. It's going to be hard to beat that record. Do you agree with that, Gina? And then the worst of all was the great swimmer, great athlete, great champion, brilliant swimmer. She's ready to start. She looks left, because they're all like this very, very incredible crowd of people, like golfers. They grow up at 6 years old, at 7 years old, at 8 years. They're all playing the same guys because it's the pyramid, right? And those are all the best players. They play them from the time they're 6 years old. And she swam against all these people, knew them well because she was a champion swimmer, and she was swimming. She looks over to the left, and there's 6 girls that she knew very well, all top girls. And then she looks over to the right, there's 6 girls and 1 very big girl. She looks up. And he looked like Wilt Chamberlain on steroids, okay, this guy. She said, that's the biggest human being I think I've ever seen. And she wanted to break the record, and she was equipped to break the record. But what happened is she suffered a terrible, terrible injury. You know what the injury was? Windburn. He went by her so fast that she suffered massive windburn. The wind was so strong as he went by her. Then he went in, he had lunch for a little while, and then the girls finished, and that was the end of the race. He broke a record by many, I think 18 seconds or something like that. This is crazy. This is so demeaning to women. It's so horrible. And a lot of the young women that are being affected don't want to talk about it. They're all afraid to talk, right? They're all afraid to talk. But just as I did 4 years ago, I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. Our Second Amendment is under siege. We will restore free speech, and I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one day, think of this, one day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. One day. They just had an election in France. In France, they had, they used to have mail-in ballots in France, and it was so corrupt that they went to one-day voting with mail-in ballots, very special paper and very good stuff. And they had 36 million people voting at 10 o'clock. That was the end of it. 10 o'clock, you had a winner, you had a loser. Macron won, and that's it. I mean, people went home and they worry about the next election, but there was no problems that we have where we have things that are so bad that went on and everybody knows it and it's being adjudicated all over the place. But until we do that, Republicans must compete and we must win. And after we do that, we're going to get things changed so that we can have honest elections here. So in conclusion, this is what we must do to restore our country to greatness. The USA is a mess. Israel is under attack. Our economy is crashing. Inflation is out of control like just about never before. Inflation is what they call a country buster. If you look back at old-time Germany, you look back at some of the countries that suffered inflation, in some cases not as bad as ours, it breaks up the country. It's country buster time. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have formed together as a menacing and destructive coalition. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat in 200 years. 200 years. That'll be a defeat like no other. That will be third world country for us. It won't happen with me, not even a chance. Just like Russia would never have invaded Ukraine, and China would not have even thought about raiding Taiwan. China's giving Taiwan very serious thought, and the whole thing with Israel, where that focus is now, they're probably looking at it even tougher. If you took the first, anything you want, 5 presidents, you take the worst 5 presidents, and I think I can really make, I've been saying for a long time, if you took the worst 5 presidents and added them up, nobody would be as bad as Biden. Nobody would be close. But, I really believe I could now make it 10. I could make it 10. You could take the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country, add them up, and nobody would be as bad as this crooked, horrible president that we have. And, I never spoke so badly about him. You've been following me for a long time. You've heard me speak, and we're really like a family, this group today. And all of MAGA, the Republican Party. Look, MAGA and the Republic, most of the Republican, they like to say, well, MAGA represents approximately 55%. No, it represents probably close to 100% of the Republican Party. But we're a failing nation. We're a nation in decline. We're a nation that's doing so badly. We've never had anything like this, and it's one thing after the other. All of these wars, we had no wars. I got out of every war. We defeated ISIS. We got out. But now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. It's totally corrupt, and we're not going to let it happen. 2024 is our final battle. It's our final battle. It's also, frankly, both ways. It'll either be the worst day in history or it'll be the best day in history. It's very simple. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. They're fake. Not all of them. We've got some wonderful, great professionals, but many of them, and they know they're fake. We will evict Joe Biden from the White House, and we will finish the job once and for all. Because the great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, it's our leadership, all of us together, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. With your help, your love, and your vote, we will put America first, and we will make America great again. Greater than ever before. I want to thank you, Club 47. I want to thank you. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
wrapping up his talk here to Club 47 USA in Palm Beach, Florida. Club USA. Club 47 was Club 45, now Club 47. The biggest of its kind in the country. We want to thank our sponsors tonight, Birch Gold. Text Trump to 989898 to claim your free information kit. Learn how to save for your 401ks, your IRAs. A representative will call you and you can start preparing for the future. Again, text Trump to 989898. Also, free Trump book. Mike Huckabee's team put together the Kids Guide to President Trump. It's free as part of a gift bundle offer. Go to freetrumpbook.com right now. Also, Trump shirts. Wanted for President t-shirt. This is a great t-shirt you can wear proudly. MyTrumpShirt.com. Wear it proudly wherever you go. And make sure you visit that website as well. Again, thank you to all of our sponsors. Mike Lindell at MyPillow. Go ahead and go to mypillow.com/RSBN. Save up to 80%. The holidays are approaching. So make sure you do some Christmas shopping. Support Mike Lindell. He's facing some legal battles right now as he fights for election integrity here in America. And so they're coming after him, and we have to support Mike Lindell. Go to mypillow.com, type in RSBN, save up to 80% on your products. So many different things to choose from, and we hope you can help support Mike. That'll do it for us. So much to talk about when it comes to what's going on in the Middle East. We thank you for joining in and listening to us there as we pray for the people of Israel, and then also watching what's going on at the Capitol as we await a new Speaker of the House. Programming note, we will be in Iowa again next week, so make sure you follow Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, sign up for our newsletter at rsbnetwork.com. Follow us on all the social media accounts. I'm there as well. Vanessa Broussard, so good to see you. Reporting live here from Palm Beach for Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard. Have a wonderful night, America.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.